Good evening, dear listener. Midnight Cat is here, curled quietly beside the window while the night settles over the world. Let your room grow still around you, and allow the day to loosen its hold. Tonight, we will travel far beyond the lamps and roofs of the present, back to a land shaped by sunlight, river mist, and the slow turning of seasons. We are going to ancient Egypt, not to stand before kings or watch armies march, but to drift gently into the lives of ordinary people who woke, worked, ate, rested, and dreamed beside the Nile. For thousands of years, that river crossed a country where rain was rare and the desert waited close beyond the fields. How did families know when to plant their grain? What sounds filled a riverside village before sunrise? What did a child see when looking across the water? And what small comforts did a tired worker carry home at dusk? The grand monuments still rise above the sands, but the people who baked bread, mended nets, counted cattle, and swept courtyards have left quieter traces. Their story begins where the dark water touched the mud of the bank. Before dawn, the village lay beneath a sky crowded with stars. Its houses stood close together on slightly raised ground, safe from the ordinary reach of the flood. They were made from mud bricks, formed by mixing Nile silt with chopped straw, pressing the mixture into wooden molds, and leaving the bricks to harden beneath the sun. The walls held the coolness of night for a little while, though later they would warm under the fierce daylight. Flat roofs rose at different heights, connected here and there by low steps and ladders. During the hotter months, some villagers slept above, where a faint breeze might pass over them from the river. In one of the houses, a woman named Merit opened her eyes before the first birds began to call. There is no surviving record of this particular woman, no inscription bearing her name, yet her mourning was much like those known from ancient settlements: paintings, tools, food remains, and written accounts. She lived during Egypt's New Kingdom, in a farming village some distance south of the great city of Memphis. The pharaoh's name might be spoken during festivals or mentioned by traveling officials, but most of Merit's thoughts belonged to nearer things: the condition of the grain jars, the coming heat, the health of her children, and the river's height. Beside her, her youngest child still slept on a woven mat. In another corner, her husband Hori breathed heavily after a day spent repairing irrigation channels. The room was dim, carrying the faint scents of clay, ashes, and stored onions. A small pottery lamp had gone out during the night. From outside came the soft shifting of a donkey and the distant bark of a village dog. Mirette rose carefully. Her linen dress, simple and worn, had been folded near the wall. Linen came from flax, a crop grown in Egyptian fields, and its quality varied greatly. Fine cloth belonged to wealthy households and temples, while villagers wore coarser fabric that softened with use. She wrapped the dress around herself, tied it securely, and stepped into the courtyard. The air was cool enough to raise a slight shiver. Above the eastern desert, the darkness had begun to pale. The Nile could not yet be seen from the courtyard, but its presence filled the village. Dampness lingered in the soil. Frogs called from the channels, and insects hummed over the reeds. Somewhere nearby, a wooden door creaked open. Another household had begun its day. Mireille knelt beside the grinding stone. Grain was at the center of Egyptian life. Emmer wheat and barley were stored, measured, taxed, traded, and transformed into bread and beer. In many households, women spent long hours grinding kernels between stones. the work was steady and tiring. It left traces not only in the shoulders and knees, but sometimes in the teeth, for tiny particles of grit entered the flour and wore down enamel over years of eating. She poured a measure of grain onto the lower stone and began to move the smaller stone back and forth. The sound was low and rough, a rhythm heard each morning in villages across the Nile Valley. Grain cracked, scattered, and slowly became flour beneath her hands. Soon her eldest daughter Tia appeared in the doorway, her hair tousled from sleep. "You are awake early," Meret murmured. Tia gave a sleepy nod and fetched a clay bowl. She was 11 years old enough to help with nearly every household task, though she still had moments when she forgot herself and chased dragonflies along the canal with the younger children. Together they sifted the flour as well as they could. Meret mixed it with water and a little old dough saved from the previous baking. The loaves would be shaped and placed near the heat of the household oven. Some bread was flat, some thicker, and other loaves were formed in molds. Egyptians made many kinds, flavored when supplies allowed with dates, honey, or seeds, though the daily bread of farmers was usually plain. By then, Hori had awakened. He came into the courtyard and washed his face with water from a pottery jar. Water had been carried from a nearby channel the evening before and allowed to settle. Even in a land governed by the river, bringing water into the home required repeated labor. Jars were heavy, and the path from bank to courtyard became slippery where many feet had passed. Hori ate a piece of yesterday's bread softened with beer. Egyptian beer was not like the clear drink known in later ages. It was nourishing, cloudy, and commonly made from grain. Men, women, and children consumed forms of it, though strength and quality varied. It provided calories for workers facing long hours beneath the sun. Outside, the village was stirring fully now. A herd of goats was driven past the houses, their bells making dull, uneven notes. A boy carried a bundle of reeds almost as tall as himself. Two women walked toward the water with jars balanced against their hips. From a roof, someone shook dust from a woven mat. Smoke began to rise from ovens, spreading the warm smell of bread through the narrow lanes. Hori took up a wooden hoe and a coil of rope. His neighbor, Panesi, waited near the doorway. The men were going to inspect a field where the water had begun to withdraw. The life of the village followed the river's great cycle. Ancient Egyptians divided the year into 3 seasons. Akhet was the inundation, when the Nile rose and spread across the floodplain. Pere was the season of emergence and growing, when the waters receded and crops were sown. Shemu was the harvest, when grain ripened beneath the dry sky. The flood did not arrive without uncertainty. Its height mattered deeply. Too little water could leave fields dry and hungry. Too much could damage homes, boundaries, and stored goods. Officials measured the river in several places, and records of its rise helped determine expectations for crops and taxes. But for families like Hori's, the truth of the flood was also read directly. In the marks on walls, the wetness of the earth, the strength of currents, and the color of the silt left behind. Hori and Panesi walked toward the fields as the sun touched the horizon. For a brief time, the world seemed divided into bands of color. The eastern sky glowed pale gold. Date palms stood black against it. The river reflected a soft gray light, smooth in some places and broken in others by reeds or passing fish. On the far bank, the desert rose almost at once beyond the green strip of cultivation. This narrow meeting of fertile soil and barren land shaped nearly everything. The Egyptians called their cultivated country the Black Land, after the dark silt renewed by the Nile. Beyond it lay the Red Land, the desert, a place of stone, heat, mineral wealth, danger, and vast silence. Hori paused at the edge of a channel. The water was shallow now. Mud gleamed along the sides marked by bird tracks. He tested the bank with one foot before crossing. Paneasi followed, carrying a wooden mallet. They would mend a low embankment before the sun climbed high. Behind them, Meret lifted the first baked loaves from the heat. The youngest child had awakened and was sitting in the courtyard, blinking solemnly at the morning. Tia swept the floor with a bundle of reeds. Beyond the wall came the laughter of children released from sleep, and the sharp call of a woman warning someone not to step near the oven. It was an ordinary morning, so ordinary that no scribe would record it. Yet the work beginning in that village would feed households, support temples, fill storehouses, and help sustain one of the most enduring civilizations the world had ever known. Before the painted tombs, before the carved names of officials and kings, there was this: flour on a woman's hands, mud between a farmer's toes, smoke rising from a courtyard, and the Nile moving quietly beside them, carrying the memory of distant rains from lands they would never see. By mid-morning, the village had changed its voice. The soft sounds of dawn had given way to the heavier rhythm of work. Wooden hoes struck damp soil. Cattle lowed from the edge of the fields. Men called to one another across narrow channels, their words carried and broken by the breeze. Above them, the sun had become a white disk in a nearly cloudless sky. Hori stood ankle-deep in mud, pressing loose earth against the side of the embankment. The floodwater had left the ground dark and rich, but it had also weakened the low walls that divided one basin from another. These walls guided water across the fields, holding it where it was needed, and releasing it through openings when the soil had drunk enough. The system required cooperation. No farmer could command the river alone. Paneasi drove a wooden stake into the softened bank while Hori packed clay around it with both hands. Nearby, another group cleared reeds from a channel. Their tools were simple, made mostly from wood, rope, and stone. Yet the work they performed was precise. A neglected opening could drain a plot too soon. A broken bank could send water across a neighbor's boundary and begin an argument that might last long after the mud had dried. Land boundaries mattered greatly, especially after the flood blurred old markers. Scribes and local officials sometimes measured fields with knotted ropes, recording their size for taxation and administration. To villagers, however, a boundary was also remembered through habit. A tamarisk tree, a bend in a ditch, a stone placed by a grandfather, or the point where one family's barley ended and another's flax began. Hori straightened slowly and rubbed his lower back. Across the field, a pair of cattle pulled a wooden plow through the soft earth. A farmer walked behind them, guiding the blade while another scattered seed. In some places, animals would later be driven over the ground so their hooves pressed the grain into the soil. Birds gathered quickly wherever seed fell, and children were sometimes sent to chase them away with shouts and clappers. The work had to follow the retreating water. Delay too long, and the ground would harden beneath the sun. At the village, Meret had finished baking. The loaves rested in a shallow basket beneath a cloth. She broke one open and examined the inside, then gave a small piece to her youngest son, Ka, who had been circling the oven with determined patience. He ate it at once. Tia had gone with 2 other girls to gather fuel. Wood was scarce in much of Egypt, especially near heavily settled areas, so households burned whatever was available. Dried plant matter, reeds, straw, and animal dung shaped into cakes and left to dry. Nothing useful was wasted. Broken pottery became scoops, lids, writing surfaces, or pieces fitted into walls. Frayed linen was turned into bandages or cleaning cloths. Old baskets were repaired again and again. Merritt carried a jar into the shade of the house. The interior was divided into small spaces. One room held sleeping mats and folded cloth. Another contained storage jars sealed with clay stoppers. Some jars held grain, others oil, lentils, dried fish, or dates. On a raised shelf sat a few valued objects: a polished stone bowl inherited from Meret's mother, a small faience amulet, and a wooden comb with several missing teeth. The house was modest, but its arrangement reflected careful thought. Thick walls softened the heat. Small openings allowed some air to pass while limiting dust and glare. The roof served as another living space, useful for drying food, storing bundles, and resting in the evening. Courtyards held ovens, grinding stones, baskets, tools, and the countless tasks that made household life possible. Meret checked the grain jar. Its level had fallen lower than she liked. The next harvest was still months away, and although Hori had received grain for several days of labor on a nearby estate, part of it would be owed elsewhere. Taxes might be collected in produce rather than coin, for coinage was not part of ordinary Egyptian life in this period. Grain itself could serve as payment, ration, and measure of value. Wages for workers were often issued in bread, beer, grain, oil, cloth, or other goods. A household's security rested in jars and baskets. Meret placed the lid back carefully. Outside, an elderly man named Dedi sat beneath an awning, repairing a fishing net. His fingers moved slowly, looping cord through cord. The Nile and its channels offered fish in abundance, though catches varied by place and season. Fishermen used nets, hooks, baskets, and spears. Tomb paintings show scenes of rich marshes crowded with birds and fish. But for villagers, fishing was not simply a pleasant image. It was food, trade, and work. Ka wandered toward Dedi and crouched beside him. "Do not touch the knots," the old man said without looking up. Ka folded his hands obediently, though only for a moment. The net smelled faintly of river water and old reeds. A few silver scales clung to its fibers. Dedi had gone out before dawn in a narrow boat made from bundled papyrus and wood. He had returned with several tilapia and a catfish, one of which now lay salted in his courtyard. Boats were as familiar as paths. The Nile was Egypt's great road, flowing north toward the Mediterranean, while prevailing winds often allowed sails to carry vessels south. Small craft crossed between villages and fields. Larger boats transported stone, grain, cattle, pottery, timber, officials, soldiers, and pilgrims. From the bank, a child might watch a painted sail pass and wonder where it had come from, never imagining that its cargo had traveled hundreds of miles. Near noon, a broad cargo boat appeared on the river. Its square sail had been lowered, and several men pulled at oars, while the current carried the vessel northward. Clay jars were stacked beneath woven coverings. A scribe sat in the shade of a small canopy, his writing board across his knees. He did not glance toward the village. Tia and the other girls returned as the boat passed. Each carried a bundle of dried reeds. Dust clung to their feet and ankles, and their voices rose in bright conversation until Mirette called them into the courtyard. The family's midday meal was simple. There was bread, a bowl of lentils cooked with onions, a little salted fish, and weak beer poured from a jar. Hori had not yet returned, so Mirette placed his share aside. The children sat on mats in the shade. They ate with their fingers, using pieces of bread to gather the lentils. Flies hovered persistently. Tia waved them away with a palm leaf while Ka tried to trap one beneath his cup. Merritt told him to stop, though she was smiling. For most Egyptians, meals depended on season, wealth, and local supply. Bread and beer formed the foundation. Onions, garlic, leeks, beans, lentils, cucumbers, melons, dates, and figs added variety. Fish and fowl were common in some areas. Meat from cattle, sheep, goats, or pigs was less frequent for ordinary families, though festivals or special distributions might bring richer food. The taste of life beside the Nile was shaped by preservation. Fish were dried or salted, dates were stored, grain was sealed against pests and moisture. Beer was brewed often because it did not remain fresh indefinitely. Food preparation was daily, repetitive, and skilled, carried out without the metal stoves, glass containers, or running water of later ages. When Hori finally returned, the sun had begun its slow descent, though the heat remained strong. Mud had dried in pale streaks on his legs. He sat heavily beside the doorway and drank before speaking. "The western bank broke again," he said. Merritt passed him the covered bowl. "Will it hold?" "Until tomorrow." That was enough for the moment. Beyond the houses, the river shone beneath the afternoon light. A flock of ibises lifted from the shallows, their wings beating in unison. Farther out, the cargo boat had become a dark shape against the glittering water. The village rested briefly, suspended between the labor of morning and the tasks of evening. In the shade, Dedi's net grew whole beneath his hands. On the roofs, linen stirred in the breeze. Inside the houses, grain waited in its jars, precious and silent, while the Nile continued northward past fields, temples, towns, and tombs, joining every small life along its banks to places far beyond the horizon. As the heat softened, movement returned to the lanes. Women emerged with jars, baskets, and bundles of cloth. Children were sent to collect kindling, fetch water, or call fathers and brothers from the fields. Goats nosed along the edges of walls, searching for leaves where none seemed to grow. The village dogs stretched in the dust and began following anyone who carried food. Mirette climbed to the roof with Tia. The flat surface still held the warmth of the day. From there, they could see beyond the neighboring houses to the green plain, the winding channels, and the river itself. The western desert had turned the color of old copper. Long shadows reached eastward from the palms. Several lengths of washed linen lay across a reed frame. Mireille lifted each one, testing whether it had dried. Cloth demanded care. It was spun from flax fibers, woven on looms, washed, folded, patched, and passed from one person to another. Even a simple garment represented many hours of labor. Tia shook out a narrow strip and held it against the light. "This one is torn again." "Then mend it again," Mirette said. They sat together near the parapet. Tia threaded a bone needle with flax fiber while Merritt sorted the remaining cloth. Below them, Ka ran after a hoop made from a bent reed. His laughter traveled upward with the smell of cooking fires. Across the rooftops, other families prepared for evening. A woman ground herbs in a shallow bowl. 2 boys carried a sleeping mat upstairs. An old couple sat facing the river in silence. From somewhere beyond the houses came the steady beat of a loom. For most villagers, darkness limited work but did not end it. Lamps burned oil or fat, and fuel was too valuable to waste. Tasks requiring good sight were best completed before sunset. After nightfall, families gathered in courtyards or on roofs, speaking quietly until sleep. Meret looked toward the western horizon. To the people of ancient Egypt, the west was closely connected with the dead, for the sun disappeared there each evening before entering the unseen world. Many cemeteries and tombs were placed on the western side of the Nile. Yet the setting sun was not only an ending. Each dawn promised renewal. The solar god, in the beliefs of the time, crossed the night and returned again in the east. Such ideas were woven into ordinary life. Small household shrines might honor protective deities. Amulets were worn for health, fertility, safe childbirth, or protection from dangers seen and unseen. People made offerings, spoke prayers, and observed festivals according to traditions inherited over generations. Their religion was not separate from daily existence. It lived in birth, illness, work, dreams, weather, and the hope that order would continue. Inside Meret's house, a small niche had been cut into the wall. It held a painted wooden figure of a household protector, and a little dish where flowers, bread, or a few drops of beer might be placed. The figure was not finely made. Its colors had faded, and one corner had chipped away. Still, Meret kept the niche clean. That evening she placed a small piece of bread there before serving the meal. Hori had washed at the water jar and changed into a clean linen kilt. Panesi joined them, carrying a handful of fresh cucumbers from his brother's plot. His own wife was visiting relatives in a nearby settlement, and no one expected him to eat alone. They sat in the courtyard as twilight gathered. The meal was larger than at noon. Meret had warmed the lentils and added chopped greens. Dedi had given them part of his catch in exchange for 2 loaves, and the fish had been roasted over a small fire. Its skin blackened and split, releasing a rich smell that drew Ka close before anyone had invited him. Panesi told them that an official from the estate would arrive within several days. "He will ask about the western fields," Hori said. "He will ask about everything," Panesi replied. The men fell quiet. Officials, overseers, and scribes formed a distant but unavoidable presence in village life. The state and temples depended upon agricultural surplus. Fields were assessed, harvests recorded, and goods collected. Many men also owed labor for public works, estates, canals, temples, or transport. Some served for limited periods, while skilled workers might receive regular rations. Writing gave power to those who mastered it. Most villagers could not read the formal scripts used by scribes. A written account could preserve a tax demand, a delivery, a legal agreement, or a complaint long after spoken words had faded. Scribes trained for years, learning signs, calculations, formulas, and the practices of administration. Hori had once watched a scribe record sacks of barley on a wooden board. The man's reed brush had moved quickly, leaving dark marks that seemed no more meaningful than bird tracks. Yet those marks determined how much grain would be carried away. Tia listened carefully to the adults. "Could I learn the signs?" she asked. Panesi smiled, but Hori did not. "Scribes are trained in houses of instruction," he said. "Their fathers know whom to ask." It was not a direct refusal, yet Tia understood the distance between curiosity and opportunity. Some women in ancient Egypt could hold property, inherit wealth, conduct business, and bring legal disputes, and a small number may have been literate. Yet formal education remained limited, especially for village girls. Mirette handed to Tia another piece of fish. "Learn every sign you see," she said quietly. The sky deepened from purple to blue-black. One by one, stars appeared above the palms. The river reflected them imperfectly, breaking their light into trembling fragments. Boats still moved in the darkness, guided by knowledge of currents, banks, and familiar landmarks. A fisherman called once from the water. Farther away, another voice answered. After the meal, Panesi left for his house. Mirette rinsed the bowls with a little water and rubbed them clean with sand. Tia gathered crumbs. Hori checked the courtyard gate, though village walls and neighbors offered more security than any wooden bar. Ka had fallen asleep against his father's knee. Hori carried him up to the roof where the family would rest beneath the open sky. Mats were spread in a row. A folded cloth served as a pillow. The heat stored in the brick slowly escaped into the night. From the roof, the village seemed to settle into the earth. The final lamps went dark. Voices faded. Reeds whispered along the canals. Frogs began calling again as they had before dawn. Somewhere in the fields, cattle shifted and bells sounded softly. Tia remained awake beside her mother. "What do the signs say?" she whispered. "Which signs?" "The ones the scribes make." Mirette considered this. "They say who owes grain. They say how many jars arrived. They say who owns a field." Tia watched a shooting star vanish above the desert. "Do they say who watched the river tonight?" Mirette turned toward her daughter, though the darkness hid her expression. Perhaps not. Below them, the Nile passed through the night without need of record or witness. It carried fallen reeds, drifting leaves, fish beneath the surface, and reflections of stars older than every temple. Along its banks, thousands of families slept within reach of its water, trusting that morning would return, that the channels would hold, and that the fields would rise green from the black earth. The next morning arrived beneath a veil of river mist. It lay low over the fields, softening the palms and making the far bank seem farther away than it was. Hori woke before the others and listened for a moment to the village breathing around him. A baby cried in a nearby house. A donkey stamped in its enclosure. From the marshes came the sudden splash of something entering the water. He rose, folded his sleeping mat, and looked down into the courtyard. Mirette was already there. The grain jar had troubled her during the night, and now she measured flour with greater care than before. Nothing in her movements appeared anxious, but each handful was deliberate. Tia watched from the doorway, remembering her mother's silence. "Take the small basket," Mirette said. "We will go to the market landing." The market was not a permanent square lined with shops. On certain mornings, traders, farmers, fishermen, potters, and boatmen gathered near a broad landing place where the bank sloped gently toward the river. Goods were spread on mats, displayed in baskets, or left aboard small boats. People exchanged what they had for what they lacked, calculating value through customary measures of grain, metal, oil, linen, and other goods. Mirette carried 2 loaves, a bundle of spun flax thread, and a small jar of dried herbs. Taya balanced the basket against her hip. They followed the lane toward the river while the village still glistened with dew. At the landing, the day had already begun. A potter had arranged red-brown bowls in neat rows. Beside him, a fisherman crouched over baskets of tilapia packed with damp reeds. A farmer displayed onions, their green tops tied together. There were dates pressed into cakes, salt in small sacks, reed mats, sandals, rope, lamp oil, and a few pale blue beads that drew Tia's attention at once. The air smelled of mud, fish, smoke, and crushed greenery. A boat from upriver had brought jars of wine for an estate household, and cedarwood objects too costly for ordinary villagers. They remained beneath the watch of 2 servants, separate from the smaller trade along the shore. Egypt had little large timber of its own, and valued wood came from distant places, especially the Levant. Such goods moved through networks far beyond anything Mirette had seen, crossing deserts and seas before entering storerooms, workshops, and temples. She paused before a woman selling lentils. The bargaining was quiet and practical. There were no coins to count. Mirette offered thread and 1 loaf, and the woman considered their worth by touch and habit. A little more thread was added. The woman then measured lentils into Mirette's basket with a small pottery cup. At another mat, Mirette exchanged the dried herbs for a pinch of salt and a handful of dates. Tia stood near the blue beads. They were made of faience, a glazed material whose bright color recalled water, sky, and precious stone. Even common pieces carried a gleam that seemed almost magical in the morning light. "Not today," Mirette said gently. Tia nodded and turned away. Near the edge of the landing, a scribe sat with an assistant and a set of weights. 2 merchants argued over a quantity of copper. The metal had been formed into pieces whose value could be estimated by weight, although such exchanges belonged more often to larger transactions than to the daily needs of village families. The scribe's palette rested beside him. It held cakes of black and red pigment and slots for reed brushes. Tia slowed as they passed. On a shard of broken pottery, the assistant had written a short account. The signs were smaller and more hurried than those carved on temple walls. Some appeared like familiar objects: a bird, a hand, a ripple of water. Others were simplified strokes, part of a cursive script used for everyday administration. Tia tried to hold them in memory. The assistant noticed her staring. "What do you see?" he asked. "A bird." He pointed with the end of his brush. "And that?" "Water." He gave a brief smile, then returned to his work. It was no lesson, and yet Tia carried the moment with her as she and Mirette walked home. The signs had not seemed silent now. They had names, and perhaps names could be learned. By late morning, the mist had vanished. Hori and Paneasi were again at the western fields when the estate official arrived. He came in a narrow boat painted with a faded band of blue. With him were a scribe, 2 assistants, and several men carrying measuring ropes. The villagers gathered near the embankment. The official wore cleaner linen than the farmers and sandals of good leather. His wig was carefully arranged, though the heat had already brought a shine to his face. He examined the channel, asked how long the bank had been weak, and listened without interrupting while Hori explained the repairs. Then the measurements began. The assistants stretched a knotted rope along the edge of the fields. Stakes were placed. The scribe recorded figures on a writing board, dipping his reed into black ink. He asked names, boundaries, and expected yields. Each answer became marks. When they reached Hori's plot, the official looked at the damp soil. The flood was sufficient here. "It was," Hori said. "The harvest should be strong. If the birds leave anything for us." No one laughed. The official glanced toward him, then toward the field. Hori lowered his eyes. A careless remark could be remembered when grain was assessed. The rope was stretched again. Agricultural taxation was essential to the state, but its burden was not always predictable. Records from ancient Egypt preserve complaints of unfair collection, corrupt officials, and families struggling after poor harvests. They also show elaborate systems of accounting, distribution, and storage. Between the ideals of order and the realities of village life lay many negotiations, favors, delays, and quiet resentments. Hori watched the scribes brush. He thought of the grain jar at home, though he did not know that Merritt had thought of the same jar before dawn. When the officials finished, they moved eastward toward another group of fields. Their boat remained at the landing, guarded by an assistant who had fallen asleep in the shade. Panesi released a slow breath. "How strong will our harvest be?" he asked. "As strong as they have already written it," Hori replied. The men returned to work. Near midday, Tia sat beneath Dedi's awning with a pottery shard in her lap. Using a charred stick, she drew a bird, then 3 wavering lines for water. The forms were clumsy and too large. Dedi glanced at them while mending a basket. Fishing signs. Scribe signs. Those catch fewer fish. Tia wiped the surface clean with her palm and tried again. From the roof, Merritt saw her daughter bent over the shard. She did not call her away. There was water to carry, lentils to sort, and linen to mend. Yet for a little while she allowed the signs to remain. The sun climbed higher. On the river, the official's boat rocked gently against its rope. In the fields, Hori worked beneath the same light that shone upon palace courtyards and temple pylons. At the landing, merchants packed away their goods. And in the narrow shade beside an old fisherman, a village girl traced a bird into black dust, then studied the mark as though it might open a road invisible to everyone else. The road of signs remained invisible, but Tia began to notice where it touched the village. It appeared on jars brought from estate storerooms, where a few painted marks identified oil, grain, or the name of an official. It appeared on pottery fragments carried by messengers, on wooden labels tied to bundles, and on the writing board of the scribe who had measured the fields. Once seen, the marks seemed to be everywhere, quiet as lizards on sun-warmed walls. For several days she copied what she remembered. The bird was easiest. Water came next. A seated man defeated her repeatedly, and the twisted strand used in many signs became a dark knot beneath her charcoal. She worked only when household duties allowed. Merritt did not excuse her from grinding grain, collecting fuel, sweeping the courtyard, or watching Ka. Curiosity could not fill a jar or bake a loaf. Yet now and then Merritt placed a clean pottery shard beside her without comment. The western embankment held through the following week. Moisture sank into the fields, and the earth became firm enough for sowing. Hori borrowed a pair of cattle from an estate herd in exchange for labor. He and Panesi guided the animals through the dark soil, while seed scattered from baskets behind them. Ka came to watch with Merritt and Tia. He stood at the edge of the field, solemn at first, then began waving his arms whenever birds descended. The flock rose in a rush of wings, circled once, and settled only a little farther away. "They do not fear you," Tia told him. "They will." He ran toward them, shouting, and nearly lost one sandal in the mud. Across the plain, many families were doing the same work. The floodwater had withdrawn into channels and pools. Fields once covered by a broad brown sheet were divided again into plots, banks, and narrow paths. Green shoots had not yet appeared, but the season of emergence had begun in expectation. The Nile itself had narrowed within its banks. Its exposed shores were busy with fishermen, water carriers, washerwomen, boat builders, and children hunting for useful things left behind by the retreating flood. Reeds were cut and bundled. Mud was gathered for bricks. Small fish became trapped in shallow pools, where boys caught them with baskets and bare hands. Dedi took Ka to one such pool in the late afternoon. The old man showed him how to lower a woven trap beneath the surface and wait without splashing. Waiting proved more difficult for Ka than any other task. He shifted his feet, whispered questions, and leaned so far forward that Dedi caught him by the back of his kilt. At last, the basket was lifted. 2 finger-length fish flashed inside. Ka carried them home as though returning from an expedition to the southern limits of the world. Meret cleaned them and added them to a pot of greens. They were hardly enough to flavor the meal, but Ka watched every spoonful with pride. That evening, a messenger arrived from a neighboring village. He came on foot along the raised path between fields, his sandals whitened with dust. A small roll of material was tucked inside his linen sash. He asked for the house of a man named Sebekotep, whose sister had recently given birth. The message was brief. Mother and child were well. Relatives were invited to attend a naming feast after the proper days of rest. The messenger could not read what he carried. He had memorized the sender's words and repeated them carefully, while the written note served as confirmation for someone who could interpret it. Sebekotep's household received him with beer and bread, and news traveled through the village before nightfall. Birth was both ordinary and perilous. Women gave birth at home, supported by female relatives, experienced attendants, prayers, and protective objects. Certain deities were believed to guard mothers and infants, among them Taweret, often shown with the body of a pregnant hippopotamus, and Bes, a fierce-looking household protector associated with childbirth, music, and domestic safety. Meret owned a small amulet shaped in the likeness of Taweret. She had worn it when carrying Ka. Now it rested in a cloth pouch inside a storage chest, wrapped with a lock of hair from the child who had been born before him, and had not lived long enough to receive a proper name. The village rarely spoke of such losses, though nearly every family knew them. That night, while others discussed the coming feast, Meret opened the chest and touched the pouch. She did not remove the amulet. She sat for a moment in the dim room, listening to Ka outside as he explained his great catch to Penehasi for the 3rd time. Then she closed the lid and returned to the courtyard. Several days later, the assistant scribe came back. He was not with the estate official. He arrived alone in a small boat, carrying a leather bag and a bundle of reed brushes. His name, Tia learned, was Mena. He had been sent to correct a record concerning 3 disputed plots near the southern canal. The disagreement involved old boundaries erased by the flood. 2 families claimed the same strip of fertile ground. Each remembered a different line. One pointed to a stump beside the canal. The other insisted the true marker had been a stone, now buried beneath silt. Voices rose, then fell whenever Mena looked up from his board. Tia watched from a distance. Mena examined the ground, questioned the elders, and compared their answers with a previous account. No one seemed satisfied when he finished, but the decision was written and the rope was stretched according to his instruction. As he returned toward the landing, he noticed Tia sitting beneath Dedi's awning. The pottery shard was in her lap. "You have found more birds," he said. Tia looked down. She had drawn the water sign, a simple house shape, a loaf, and what she hoped was a reed leaf. Menna crouched beside her. "This is not a bird," he said, pointing. "I know. What is it?" "A reed. It leans like a tired fisherman." Deddy grunted without turning from his net. Menna took the charred stick and corrected the shape with 3 quick strokes. Then he added another sign beside it, narrow and upright. "This is another kind of reed," he said. "Not every sign is read as the thing it resembles. Some carry sounds." Tia stared at the 2 marks. The idea was more difficult than drawing them. Menna explained no further. Perhaps he had business elsewhere, or perhaps he believed he had already said too much. Formal training belonged to scribal households and institutions, not to village children gathered beneath awnings. Still, before leaving, he gave her a broken reed brush. Its tip was worn, and it held no ink. Tia turned it between her fingers as though it were carved from cedar. During the following evenings, she practiced with water and soot mixed in a shallow shell. The ink was poor and faded when dry. The brush split. Her signs leaned, crowded one another, and sometimes dissolved into blots. Yet a different world had entered the courtyard. It was a world in which a bird might be a bird, a sound, or part of a name. Water could be drawn with 3 lines and carried to someone who had never seen the river from that particular bank. A field boundary could outlast the stake that marked it. A message could travel farther than memory. Above her, the real birds crossed toward the marshes. Beyond the wall, the real Nile moved under the moon, too wide and restless to be captured by any sign. Tia bent closer to the shard, dipped the worn brush once more, and tried to write water without letting the lines touch. The lines did not touch, but neither did they resemble Menna's. Tia frowned at the shard until the last light disappeared from the courtyard. When she could no longer see the brush clearly, she rinsed the shell, wiped her fingers on a scrap of linen, and placed the broken reed on the shelf beside Meret's stone bowl. The following morning, the village woke to a wind from the north. It moved through the palms with a dry whisper and filled the square sails of boats traveling upriver. From the bank, the vessels seemed to climb against the current without effort, their pale cloth bellied beneath the blue sky. Hori paused on his way to the fields to watch a long cargo boat pass. Men stood among baskets and sealed jars, while a helmsman guided the great steering oar at the stern. A smaller craft followed behind it, carrying cattle. The animals shifted uneasily as the boat rocked. One lowered its head and bellowed toward the shore, startling a flock of geese into flight. Ka laughed and imitated the sound until Meret told him that one noisy bull was enough for the morning. The wind brought a cooler air, but it also lifted dust from the lanes. Meret hung damp linen across the doorway to soften what entered the house. Tia swept the floor twice before noon and watched a new layer settle almost at once. Egyptian households lived with dust as faithfully as they lived with sunlight. It gathered in sleeping mats, storage rooms, baskets, hair, and the folds of clothing. Sand worked beneath doors and scratched the surfaces of bowls. Even wealthy homes required constant sweeping, washing, and repair. Along the cultivated river banks, mud and dust existed side by side, each waiting for the season that favored it. By midday, Hori returned unexpectedly. A wooden handle had split while he was working, and the bronze blade fixed to its end had loosened. Metal tools were valuable. Bronze required copper and tin, materials obtained through trade and controlled production, and most village implements remained partly or entirely wooden. A damaged blade was not casually discarded. Hori sat beneath the awning and examined the binding. Dedi brought a strip of leather. Panesi found a wedge of acacia wood. Together they repaired the tool slowly, discussing the grain of the handle and the best way to tighten the blade. Their conversation wandered from work to river levels, from river levels to taxes, and from taxes to the price of oil at the market landing. No subject remained separate for long. Tia listened while spinning flax nearby. The fibers had been prepared and combed, and she twisted them into thread with a spindle weighted by a small whorl. The motion required steady fingers. Let the twist grow too loose, and the thread weakened. Pull too sharply, and it broke. Mirette had first shown her the work when she was very young. Now Tia could spin while watching the lane, listening to conversation, or reciting signs silently. Reed, water, house, bread, bird. The thread snapped. Mirette looked up from sorting lentils. "Your hands are here," she said, "but your thoughts are on the river." Tia tied the broken ends together. "My thoughts are on writing. Writing will not forgive a weak thread." Tia lowered her eyes and began again. Mirette's words were not cruel. They carried the practical knowledge of someone who understood that every household depended upon tasks completed properly. Linen clothed the family, wrapped goods, served as payment, and might one day be part of a daughter's marriage goods. A girl could dream beside the Nile, but she still had to keep the spindle turning. In the afternoon, a brewer named Hainut came to visit. Her house stood near the northern edge of the village, where she prepared beer for several households and for laborers attached to a nearby estate. Brewing methods varied, and many details remained debated, but grain was soaked, heated, fermented, strained, and stored in jars. Skill determined whether the result nourished or spoiled. Hanut brought a jar sealed with damp clay. "This one is for the canal workers," she said. "Your husband will carry it tomorrow." She sat with Merritt in the courtyard while Tia continued spinning. They spoke of grain, yeast, jars, and a crack recently discovered in Hanut's oven. Brewing required attention to temperature, timing, cleanliness, and the condition of vessels. It was ordinary work, but not simple work. Hanut noticed the pottery shards on the shelf. "Who is keeping accounts?" "Tia," Mirette said. "Of what?" "Birds and water." Hanut laughed softly, then asked Tia to bring one of the shards. Tia showed her the signs. Hanut turned the piece upside down, then sideways. "My brother once worked in a temple storeroom," she said. "He could read numbers and names. He said writing was like beer. Those who make it understand what is inside. Everyone else must trust the jar." She handed the shard back. Later, when Hanut had gone, Tia considered the comparison. A jar revealed little from its sealed exterior. It might contain beer, oil, grain, or nothing but air. A mark upon it could tell the truth, or perhaps only what the writer wished others to believe. Toward evening, the wind weakened. Hori carried the repaired tool into the house and placed it beyond Ka's reach. Merritt prepared onions and lentils, adding a spoonful of oil from a jar that was nearly empty. Tia ground salt with dried herbs. From the river came the slap of oars and the creak of rope against wood. Then a sound rose from the southern lane. It was music, faint at first, then clearer. Hand claps, a reed pipe, and the bright shaking of a sistrum. Children ran toward it. A small procession entered the village, returning from a local shrine. Women carried garlands of flowers and green leaves. 2 men bore a painted wooden image beneath a linen canopy. The figure represented a deity honored in the district, brought out during a festival so that the divine presence, according to the beliefs of the people, might pass among the settlements and receive offerings. The procession was modest compared with the great ceremonies of temple cities. There were no towering gates, ranks of priests, or boats plated with gold. Yet the villagers greeted it with warmth. Bread, beer, flowers, and incense were placed upon a temporary table. Musicians settled beneath a palm. For one evening, labor loosened its grip. Ka joined the dancing children. His steps had no relation to the rhythm, but his enthusiasm made up for it. Panesi clapped. Dedi remained seated, tapping one heel against the ground. Even Hori smiled as the pipe rose and fell in the warm air. Meret gave Tia a garland of cornflowers. "Take it to the offering table." Tia carried the blue blossoms through the gathering. Oil lamps had been lit, and their flames shone against painted wood and white linen. The scent of incense mingled with bread, dust, sweat, and river water. Beside the table sat a priest's assistant with a writing board. He recorded the offerings. Tia watched him mark jars, loaves, and bundles as they were presented. Nothing escaped the brush. Even gifts given to a god passed into human accounts. She placed the flowers with the others. The assistant glanced at her, then wrote a sign. Tia could not read it. Still, when she returned to her family, she held the unknown mark in her mind. Around her, the village sang beneath the first stars. The Nile moved unseen beyond the houses, and for a little while no one spoke of weak embankments, low grain jars, or taxes. The music flowed through the lanes as gently as water entering a field, filling every small hollow before passing onward into the night. The music faded only after the moon had climbed above the palms. By then, Ka had fallen asleep with a crushed garland beside his cheek, and Hori carried him home through lanes still warm from the day. Meret walked behind them with Tia, who held the little oil lamp they had brought to the gathering. Its flame leaned whenever the night breeze entered the narrow passage between houses. The village did not become silent at once. Laughter lingered behind walls. A reed pipe played 3 uncertain notes, then stopped. Somewhere near the landing, men continued a song in slow, uneven voices. The temporary shrine remained beneath its linen canopy, watched by 2 attendants who would keep the lamps burning until dawn. At home, Meret placed the lamp in the wall niche. The family climbed to the roof. The night was mild, and the stars seemed close enough to rest upon the flat tops of the houses. Tia lay awake longer than the others, listening to the last traces of the festival, and wondering what sign the priest's assistant had written when she placed the flowers on the table. Perhaps it meant blossoms. Perhaps it meant blue. Perhaps it meant nothing she had imagined. Before sleep reached her, she decided that the next time Mena came to the village, she would ask him. Morning returned with no music. The festival canopy was folded, the image carried onward to another settlement, and the offering table cleared. Only a few trampled petals remained in the dust. They clung to sandals and gathered in corners until the first sweeping removed them. Hori joined the canal workers soon after sunrise. The estate had called for men from several villages to deepen a channel that fed fields farther inland. Each worker carried a tool, a water jar, and bread for the day. Hainut's beer traveled with them in 2 large vessels suspended from a wooden pole between 4 men. The canal lay beyond the family's fields, where the cultivated land narrowed toward the desert. There, the green of barley and flax gave way to pale gravel, low thorn bushes, and exposed stone. The workers could look back and see the Nile plain stretched below them like a long garden enclosed by emptiness. They began by cutting into the hardened mud. Wooden hoes loosened the upper layers. Baskets were filled and carried to the banks, where the earth was piled and stamped down. Men worked in groups, changing tasks as shoulders tired. An overseer walked along the edge, counting baskets and calling for greater speed, though the heat soon diminished his own movements. The canal was more than a ditch. It represented water brought by human effort to soil the river could not reach alone. Across generations, Egyptians maintained embankments, basins, channels, and gates, adapting local systems to the shape of the floodplain. The work was never finished. Silt gathered. Banks collapsed. Reeds blocked the flow. Every season demanded repair. At midday, the men rested beneath makeshift shades woven from reeds. Bread was broken and dipped into beer. Onions were passed from hand to hand. Hori sat beside Panassi with his back against a basket of dried mud. His palms had opened in 2 places despite the cloth wrapped around the hoe handle. Panassi looked toward the desert. A line of donkeys was moving along a distant track, each animal carrying packs. The drivers were little more than dark shapes in the glare. "Stone?" Panassi asked. "Perhaps copper goods," Hori said. The desert roads connected the Nile Valley with quarries, mines, oases, and foreign lands. Expeditions crossed difficult country carrying water in jars and skins, guided by men who knew wells and landmarks. Donkeys transported tools, grain, mineral ores, stone, incense, and precious materials. To villagers watching from the fields, such caravans belonged to a harsher world beyond the green boundary. Hori had never crossed far into the desert. He knew its edge well enough. The sudden silence, the brittle plants, the tracks of foxes, the heat rising from stone. The river valley offered mud beneath the feet and shade beneath palms. Beyond it, the land seemed stripped to bone. When the overseer called them back to work, the caravan had vanished into shimmering air. In the village, Meret and Tia spent the morning at Hainut's house. A brewing jar had cracked during heating, wasting part of a batch and filling the courtyard with the sour smell of spoiled grain. Hainut needed help cleaning the floor, sorting sound jars, and preparing fresh ingredients. In return, she would give Meret a measure of beer and a small basket of bran for the household oven. Hainut's courtyard was larger than Meret's and crowded with equipment. There were wide-mouthed vats, strainers woven from plant fiber, bowls for soaking grain, and jars sealed at different stages. A low oven stood beneath an awning darkened by smoke. The walls were marked where splashed liquid had dried. Tia carried water while Meret examined the surviving vessels. Pottery was everywhere in Egyptian life. Jars stored liquids and grain. Bowls held food. Pots cooked meals. Small vessels carried ointments, medicines, pigments, and perfumes. A broken pot was common, but its loss could still matter. The making of pottery required clay, temper, shaping, drying, and firing, and even ordinary jars represented skilled labor. Hainut lifted the cracked vessel. "It sounded wrong yesterday," she said. "I should have known." She tapped another jar with one knuckle. It answered with a clear note. Tia listened. Soon they were tapping each vessel before filling it. Some gave dull sounds that suggested hidden weakness. Others rang sharply. Tia began to recognize the difference, though Hainut warned her that a clever jar could still betray them. By afternoon, the fresh mixture had been prepared. The work left Tia's arms damp and sticky. grain clung to her wrists. The smell of fermentation seemed to enter her hair and clothing. Yet she found the process fascinating. Ingredients changed slowly inside sealed darkness, becoming something no single grain had contained. Like signs, she said. Hanut looked at her. How is beer like writing now? You begin with separate things, and together they become something else. Hanut considered this, then nodded. Then perhaps you are learning both. When Meret and Tia returned home, they found Dedi waiting near the doorway. He had brought a small wooden board, gray with age and cracked along one edge. Faint marks covered its surface. This came from my brother's house, he said. He is dead these 7 years, and no one there has use for it. Tia accepted the board carefully. The writing was too faded for her to distinguish more than a few signs. There were rows of numbers, names, and quantities, though she could not yet know this. To her, it looked like a field after birds had crossed it. Was he a scribe? She asked. An assistant in a granary. He counted sacks until he dreamed of barley. Dedi's voice carried amusement, but also a tenderness that made Tia hold the board more gently. May I keep it? That is why I brought it. She thanked him, then sat in the doorway where the light remained strong. The board smelled faintly of wood smoke and dust. One corner bore the dark stain of many fingers. As she studied it, the canal workers returned. Their voices came first, tired and low. Hori walked with mud dried to his knees and a strip of linen around one hand. Meret saw the bandage and rose immediately. It is nothing, he said. She took his hand anyway. The cuts were shallow but full of dirt. She washed them with water, pressed clean linen against them, and applied a little honey from a precious jar. Egyptians used honey in food, ritual, and medicine, and some surviving medical texts include preparations whose practical value may have rested partly in honey's properties, though ancient explanations were expressed through the medical beliefs of their time. Hori watched Tia bent over the old board. What has she found now? A granary, Dedi said. Tia looked up. She could not read the faded account, but for the first time the signs belonged not to an official passing through, nor to an offering list, nor to a dispute over fields. They had entered her own house. The board had been held by someone who once counted sacks, returned home weary, ate bread, and slept beneath the same river sky. That evening, after the lamps were lit, she copied one clear sign onto a shard. It resembled a tied bundle. Dedi thought it might represent grain, though he was uncertain. Meret thought it looked like a basket. Hori said it looked like more work than either. Tia smiled and drew it again. Outside, the repaired canal began to fill. Water moved slowly through its dark channel, carrying reflections of stars toward fields that waited beyond the village. Inside the courtyard, beside the sealed jars and mended tools, a faded wooden board rested against the wall, holding words from a man whose voice was gone, but whose careful marks had found their way home. The water reached the inland fields before dawn. At first it entered only as a narrow dark ribbon, sliding between freshly repaired banks. Then, as the gate was opened farther, the channel deepened and widened. Mud loosened beneath the current. Bits of straw, reed, and leaf turned slowly in the flow, carried toward plots that had waited dry beyond the ordinary reach of the flood. Hori went to inspect it with the other canal workers. The cuts on his hand had stiffened during the night, but Meret's bandage held. He carried his hoe over one shoulder and followed the path beneath a sky fading from black to gray. Along the canal, men crouched at intervals, watching for leaks. Where water escaped through a crack, they pressed wet clay into the bank and strengthened it with reeds. The work was quieter than digging. Everyone listened. Running water had many voices. It whispered over shallow ridges, struck roots with a hollow sound, and gurgled where the channel narrowed. To a farmer, these differences revealed whether the current was moving well or gathering where it should not. At the first field, Paneasi placed a stick upright in the mud and watched the water rise against it. "Enough by midday," he said. "If the gate holds," Hori replied. The gate was little more than timber, packed earth, and careful timing, yet an entire stretch of cultivation depended upon it. Farther down, a man called that the eastern bank had begun to soften. Hori and Paneasi hurried toward him, leaving footprints that filled at once with brown water. Back in the village, Tia examined Dedi's board in the early light. The faded signs emerged more clearly when the sun struck them from one side. Some were black, others red. Several had been written over older marks, creating a tangle of strokes. She could recognize water, a loaf, and perhaps a seated man, but most remained closed to her. Meret placed grain on the grinding stone. You cannot stare words into speaking. Menna might read them. Menna is not here. Tia set the board aside and knelt to work. The stone moved beneath her hands. Grain cracked and flattened. The familiar rhythm filled the courtyard, steady enough to calm thought. Beside her, Ka arranged pebbles in a line and announced that they were boats traveling north. "This one carries cattle," he said. The largest pebble overturned. "The cattle have fallen in," Tia told him. "They can swim." Some cattle could indeed swim short distances, and animals were sometimes driven through shallow water or transported by boat. Ka knew only that the story should not end badly. He righted the pebble and continued its journey. After breakfast, Merritt sent Tia to the landing with a jar for oil. The household supply had dwindled to a shining film along the bottom of its vessel. Oil was useful for cooking, lamps, ointments, and the care of skin in a dry climate. The quantity Merritt could afford was small, exchanged for spun thread and part of Hainut's bran. The landing was crowded with people from 3 nearby settlements. A pottery boat had arrived from upriver. Its deck was stacked with jars, bowls, cooking pots, and shallow dishes separated by straw. The potter's sons carried them ashore one by one, calling warnings whenever children came too close. Nearby, a farmer argued over the measure used for sesame oil. The seller filled a small cup, poured it into the farmer's jar, and scraped the last drops with one finger. The farmer claimed the cup was not full. The seller filled it again and held it up to the light. Trade depended upon measures everyone recognized, but disagreement was common. Standard weights and containers existed, especially in official transactions, yet daily exchange still required trust, reputation, and sharp attention. Tia waited behind 2 women discussing linen. As she stood there, Menna stepped from a boat. He carried his writing bag and wore a broad strip of cloth over his head against the sun. Another man followed with a sealed document tucked into a wooden case. Tia nearly dropped the oil jar. Menna noticed her before she could decide whether to call out. "The tired read," he said. "It is less tired now." "Then your hand has improved." "I have a board. Many children owned boards for carrying food, covering jars, or playing games." Menna did not yet understand. "It has writing," Tia added, "from a granary." His expression changed slightly. "Bring it." Merritt would expect her home soon, but the landing was only a short walk from the village. Tia hurried away, carrying the empty jar under one arm. She found Deddy beneath his awning and told him what had happened. Together they lifted the old board from the shelf. Deddy insisted on coming. It had belonged to his brother, and although he claimed no interest in the marks, he brushed dust from his kilt before they left. Menna sat in the shade of the cargo boat. He placed the board across his knees and tilted it toward the light. For several moments he said nothing. His finger moved along one row, stopped, and returned to the beginning. "Well?" Deddy asked. "It is an account." "Of barley?" "Mostly." Deddy smiled. "Then it is my brother's." Menna read slowly. The board listed deliveries made to a granary over several days. There were names of workers, numbers of sacks, and brief notes concerning damaged seals. One entry recorded grain spoiled by dampness. Another mentioned a shortage in a delivery from an estate farther south. Deddy listened with his head lowered. His brother's name appeared twice. Not as an owner or official, but as the man who had witnessed the counting. For years, Deddy had remembered him as someone who came home smelling of dust and barley, complaining of dishonest measures and careless porters. Now the old board confirmed one small part of that life. His brother had stood in a granary courtyard, watched sacks pass through a doorway, and placed his name beside the count. "Read it again," Deddy said. Menna did. The second time, Deddy's eyes remained on the river. Tia watched the signs while the words were spoken. She tried to match sound to mark. Numbers repeated in patterns. The grain sign appeared often. Names were enclosed in no special border, yet Menna recognized them among the quantities. "How do you know where a name begins?" she asked. "By what comes before it and what follows." That is not an answer. It is the answer most writing gives. Menna returned the board to Deddy. Then he took a pottery shard from his bag and wrote 3 signs in black. Beneath them, he added 2 more. The first group says barley, he told Tia. The second is a number. "How much?" 10. She studied the marks. "Why does 10 look like that? Why does the river bend?" Tia frowned, and Menna almost smiled. "Because others wrote it so before us," he said. A scribe begins by accepting many things he did not invent. He gave her the shard. Deddy carried the wooden board home himself. At the oil seller's mat, Tia exchanged the thread and bran as Merritt had instructed. She watched the measure closely and received a little more than she expected, perhaps because the seller wished to finish the jar. When she returned, Merritt had already heard that Menna was at the landing. News moved quickly through the village. "You were gone a long time." He read Deddy's board. "And the oil?" Tia held up the jar. Merritt inspected it, then nodded. The day continued. Bread was baked. Water was carried. Ka's pebble boats reached an imaginary city and returned with dates. In the fields, the canal rose to the mark Panehsi had placed, and the gate was narrowed before the banks could overflow. At dusk, Deddy sat beside Tia in the courtyard. She showed him the new shard. "This says barley," she explained, "and this says 10. Deddy traced the air above the signs without touching them. 10 sacks? Only 10. 10 is never only 10 when you must carry them." They sat quietly. Beyond the wall, Hori was telling Merritt that the canal had held. Hainut passed in the lane with 2 sealed jars. Somewhere, a child practiced a reed pipe, repeating the same 4 notes until a neighbor called for silence. Tia looked from the word for barley to the old wooden board. The marks had once counted grain, but they had also preserved Deddy's brother in a single ordinary act. Not his face, not his voice, Not the way he laughed or complained, but the fact that he had been present and had witnessed 10 sacks, then 20, then a delivery spoiled by dampness. It was a narrow kind of memory, yet it had crossed 7 years. As darkness settled, Tia dipped her broken reed brush into soot and water. On a fresh shard, she copied the barley sign. Beneath it, she wrote 10. Then, after a long pause, she attempted Deddy's brother's name from the board, carefully following each faded stroke while the river wind moved through the courtyard and lifted the edge of the linen beside her. The name took shape slowly beneath Tia's hand. One sign leaned too far. Another spread wider than it had on the old board. She wiped them away with a damp cloth and began again, pressing the reed lightly so that the soot would not gather in thick drops. Deddy sat beside her without speaking. At last, the signs stood in a narrow row. They were not graceful, but they resembled the faded marks closely enough that Deddy drew a long breath through his nose. That was his name, he said. Tia looked toward him. What was he like? He disliked mornings. He salted fish too heavily. He could count faster than anyone I knew, but he always lost at senet. The board game was familiar throughout Egypt. Boards varied in quality, from scratched grids on stone or pottery to carefully carved wooden sets owned by wealthier households. Pieces moved across 30 squares according to throws of casting sticks or knuckle bones. The rules changed over the centuries and are not completely known today, but the game was more than simple amusement. In later religious thought, its journey across the board could also echo hopes of safe passage into the afterlife. Deddy smiled faintly. My brother claimed the casting sticks were dishonest. Sticks cannot be dishonest. He believed anything could be dishonest if it defeated him often enough. Tia smiled, too. She glanced at the name she had copied. The marks no longer belonged only to a granary account. They carried a man who oversalted fish, resisted waking, and complained to pieces of wood. Meret came into the courtyard carrying a basket of onions. She paused when she saw the writing, but did not ask what it said. Instead, she set the basket near the wall and examined the sky. A bank of thin clouds had gathered low in the north, unusual enough to attract attention. There may be wind tonight, she said. The river breeze had already begun to strengthen. Linen shifted on the roof. Dust curled along the lane and gathered against thresholds. Hori returned from the canal with news that the gates had been closed and the banks checked twice. Nothing more can be done until morning, he said. The family ate indoors to escape the dust. Their room was close and warm. A lamp burned in the niche, giving off a wavering yellow light and the faint smell of oil. Meret served lentils, bread, and the last of the small fish Ka had caught with Deddy. Ka insisted that each person remember which fish had been his. All of them, he said. There were only 2, Tia replied, then both. Hori tore bread and dipped it into the bowl. He listened while Tia explained the old board and the name she had copied. His expression remained difficult to read. Mena should not give away a scribe's time, he said. He read it for Deddy. And now, he wrote barley and 10. Hori looked at her blackened fingertips. To become a scribe takes more than signs on broken pots. I know. Do you? Meret placed another piece of bread beside him. The conversation ended there, but its silence remained. Hori did not dislike knowledge. He respected the power of writing because he had seen what written accounts could demand. Yet he also knew the limits surrounding his daughter. Training required access, patronage, supplies, time away from household labor, and the favor of people who might see no reason to teach a village girl. To hope for too much could be dangerous in a quiet way. The wind rose after nightfall. It swept across the roofs, rattling reed screens and carrying fine dust through every opening. Families took sleeping mats indoors. Jars were checked, awnings tied down, and baskets moved from exposed walls. The palms bent and hissed against the darkness. Tia woke once to the sound of a pottery vessel rolling in the courtyard. Hori found it before it struck the oven. He wedged it between two stones, then stood for a moment beneath the doorway, looking toward the invisible river. By dawn, the wind had passed. The village emerged into a world covered with pale grit. Every ledge, roof, bowl, and mat bore a thin layer. The sky was clear again, washed blue above the eastern desert. Sweeping began at once. Tia and Mirette worked from the rear room toward the courtyard, moving dust through the doorway in small clouds. Ka followed behind, leaving footprints across the clean floor until Mirette sent him outside. Hori went to inspect the fields. The canal banks had held, but several young date palms had lost fronds, and loose sand had gathered across one narrow plot. Men used branches to clear it before the heat hardened the surface. Near the southern path, a stranger had arrived during the storm. He was found asleep beneath an overturned reed boat, wrapped in a coarse cloak. His donkey stood nearby with its head lowered, packs still tied across its back. The man had traveled from an oasis settlement west of the Nile and had sought shelter when the wind erased the track ahead. Villagers brought him water and bread. His name was Ahmoz. He carried small sacks of dates, mineral salt, and a reddish pigment used by craftsmen. In return, he hoped to obtain grain, linen, and replacement rope before continuing north. For Ka, the stranger might as well have come from the edge of the world. He sat close enough to hear, but far enough to retreat if the donkey moved suddenly. Tia joined him after her chores were done. Ahmoz described the oasis carefully. There were wells, gardens, mud brick houses, and groves of date palms surrounded by desert. Water did not spread there in a yearly flood. It rose from springs and wells, guarded and shared according to local need. Beyond the cultivated plots lay long distances of stone and sand where travelers followed stars, tracks, and remembered landmarks. "Is the night darker there?" Tia asked. "The night is larger," Amose said. He spoke of caravans that moved at dawn and evening, resting during the worst heat. Donkeys carried jars that had to be watched more carefully than any other cargo. A cracked water vessel could turn inconvenience into danger. He had seen desert foxes, gazelles, and once the print of a large cat near a dry ravine. He offered no grand adventures. Most of his journey had consisted of dust, aching feet, and the constant effort to keep the donkey moving. Hori examined the rope around the packs. "It will not reach the next village," he said. "I know." Dedi brought cord. Mirette contributed worn linen that could be twisted into padding. Hori and Panesi spent part of the afternoon replacing the weakest bindings. In exchange, Amose gave the household a small measure of salt and 3 dates. The dates were dark, sticky, and sweeter than those usually sold at the landing. Mirette cut each one into pieces so everyone could taste them. Ka chewed his portion slowly for once. Tia held hers on her tongue and imagined the oasis garden where it had grown, green beneath a desert sky. The river had shaped her whole world, yet other Egyptians lived beyond its immediate banks, drawing water from deep places and watching for caravans instead of flood marks. Before leaving the next morning, Amos noticed the old writing board near Deddy's awning. "My father kept accounts," he said. "Only numbers. He marked jars of water." Tia showed him the sign for 10. Amos nodded. 10 jars would carry 3 men far if none broke. He lifted his pack and turned toward the northern path. The donkey followed reluctantly, its hooves raising small puffs of dust. Children watched until the traveler became a moving speck between the fields and the desert edge. That evening, Tia returned to her shards. She wrote barley. Beneath it, she wrote 10. Then she drew the sign for water and placed 10 beside it as well. The marks looked nearly identical to those Mena had shown her, yet their meaning had changed. 10 sacks of barley belonged to a granary. 10 jars of water belonged to 3 men crossing the desert, listening for cracks in the darkness. Tia understood then that numbers were never empty. They measured grain owed by a farmer, beer issued to a worker, linen stored for winter, days of labor, jars for a journey, and loaves remaining before harvest. A scribe might write the same strokes each time, but behind them stood different hands, different hungers, and different distances from home. She placed the shard beside Deddy's board. The sunset cast red light through the doorway. Outside, the Nile shone calmly after the storm, moving between green banks as though the wind had never touched it. Far to the west, Amos would be following a narrowing track toward the open desert, while in the village, Tia traced the number 10 once more and listened to Mirette measuring grain for the morning bread. By the time the eastern sky brightened, Mirette had decided that the household could spare no more grain than usual. She measured it twice, leveled the cup with the side of her hand, and returned the remainder to the jar. The hollow sound beneath the lid was becoming more noticeable. Even Ka, who rarely concerned himself with stores unless dates were involved, had begun to understand that the jar must last until the fields changed color. The first green shoots had already appeared. They rose in fine rows across the black soil, delicate enough to bend beneath a bird's foot. From a distance, the fields seemed covered by a pale mist of green. Up close, each blade stood separately, carrying a bead of morning moisture before the sun dried it away. Hori visited the plot each day. He checked the channels, pressed crumbling soil back into place, and searched for signs that water had gathered unevenly. Where the ground lay too dry, he opened a narrow cut with his hoe. Where it remained too wet, he closed another. Farming beside the Nile was governed by the river, but it was not a matter of simply waiting for water and harvest. Between those moments lay constant judgment. Birds arrived in greater numbers. Pigeons, sparrows, geese, and other grain-loving visitors descended upon the young fields whenever the villagers turned away. Children were sent out with clappers, slings, and loud voices. Ka joined them proudly, though he was too small to use a sling safely and too easily distracted by beetles. Tia spent several mornings beside him. She carried 2 pieces of wood tied with cord. When struck together, they made a sharp sound that sent nearby birds fluttering upward. The flock would circle, settle in another field, and be chased again by another group of children. The work was repetitive, but the fields were pleasant before noon. Cool mud pressed between Tia's toes. Dragonflies moved above the channels like blue-green sparks. From the reeds came the calls of water birds hidden from view. Farmers spoke across the plots, their voices relaxed while the day was still young. Tia brought Deddy's old board with her once. During a quiet interval, she sat beneath a tamarisk and copied the barley sign onto a shard. Ka crouched beside her, suspicious of the marks. "Write my boats," he said. "I do not know the sign for boats. Draw them." She drew 3 crooked holes. "One has fallen over," Ka complained. "It can swim." "Boats do not swim. Then it should learn." Ka considered this unfair, but could not explain why. Near midday, Mena appeared on the raised path. He was accompanying an older scribe who had come to inspect grain stores attached to the estate. 2 porters followed with writing boards, sealed cords, and a set of stone weights. Their linen was already dusty, and the older scribe shaded his face with one hand as he walked. Mena saw Tia beneath the tree. He did not stop, but he glanced at the shard and raised the end of his reed brush in greeting. The group continued toward the estate granary, a large mud-brick building beyond the northern fields. Its walls were higher and thicker than those of village houses. Rounded storage chambers stood behind an enclosed courtyard, their openings reached by steps. Grain entered through upper spaces and was removed from lower ones, though designs varied from place to place. Tia had passed the granary many times without entering. That afternoon, Dedi asked her to accompany him there. He had agreed to repair several nets used for catching birds near the estate marshes, and payment would be made in barley. Since his knees troubled him, Tia carried the finished bundles. The granary courtyard was bright with dust. Workers moved sacks from a cart while the older scribe watched the weighing. A porter lifted each sack onto a balance. Stone weights were placed opposite it. When the beam settled, the amount was called aloud and recorded. Mena stood beside a wooden table. His brush moved quickly. Tia remained near the gate until Dedi had spoken with the overseer. Then they were directed to wait beside a wall. The nets were inspected, tugged, and spread across the ground. One required an additional knot. Dedi repaired it while the counting continued. 40, called the man at the balance. Mena wrote. 40, the man called again. Another sack was carried forward. Dust rose each time it struck the ground. The air smelled of dry grain, rope, sweat, and the faint sharpness of mice. Cats moved near the walls, tolerated and encouraged because they hunted animals that threatened the stores. One narrow gray cat watched the workers from the shade, its tail curled neatly around its paws. Ka would have liked it, Tia thought. The older scribe broke a clay seal from one chamber and examined the impression before the door was opened. Seals helped show whether a storeroom had been disturbed. Officials pressed carved surfaces into wet clay placed over cords, lids, or doors. A broken seal could mean authorized entry, carelessness, or theft, depending on the circumstances. Inside the chamber, grain rose in a sloping mound. A worker climbed in with a basket. Another stood below to receive it. The scribe compared the quantity removed with the previous account. Mena noticed Tia watching. "Do you understand what they are doing?" he asked when the older man turned away. "Counting sacks." "Anyone can count sacks." "Then why are you here?" "To count them in a way that remains after the sacks are gone." He showed her the board. Rows of figures stood beside brief notes. Some marks were black, while corrections and headings appeared in red. Tia recognized the number 10 repeated within larger amounts. 40 is 4 tens, Mena said. She nodded. He added another sign, and this tells us the grain was received. Tia copied it with her finger in the dust. Before Mena could explain more, the older scribe called his name. He returned to the table at once. Dedi's payment was finally measured. It was less barley than he expected. The overseer claimed that one net had been poorly repaired. Dedi disagreed, pointing to the new cord and reinforced edge. The overseer lifted one shoulder. The amount had already been entered. Tia looked toward Mena. He kept his eyes on the board. Dedi accepted the grain. On the walk home, he carried the smaller sack himself despite his knees. Tia held the nets that had been rejected. "You should have argued longer," she said. "With whom?" "The overseer." "And when he still said no?" "The scribe could change the account." Dedi gave a weary laugh. "A scribe records the hand that feeds him." Mena knew the net was good. Knowing and writing are not the same. They walked on between the green fields. The afternoon sun turned the channels white with reflected light. Children struck clappers in the distance. A flock of birds lifted, shifted like smoke, and settled again. At home, Meret weighed Dedi's barley in her palm. "It is short," she said. "It is official," Dedi replied. The old man placed part of the payment in Meret's grain jar in exchange for bread over the coming days. The kernels struck the bottom with a dry patter, too few to change the hollow sound by much. That evening, Tia did not practice the sign for barley. Instead, she drew the balance she had seen in the granary courtyard. On one side, she placed a sack. On the other, she drew 4 weights. Then she added a man holding a writing board and another standing with an empty basket. The picture was not proper writing. It would not have satisfied a scribe. Yet it told the truth more clearly than the neat account at the granary. Meret looked over her shoulder. "What does this say?" "That Dedi repaired the net." "Will anyone else understand it?" Tia considered the crooked figures. "Perhaps not." "Then keep learning." Outside, the fields darkened under the evening sky. The young barley moved in the wind, each blade bending and returning upright. In the jar, the newly added grain settled among the old. And beside the household lamp, Tia studied the difference between what had happened and what had been written, beginning to understand that the road of signs could preserve a life, measure a field, or close a door, depending upon whose hand held the brush. For several days, Tia kept the drawing of the balance hidden beneath her sleeping mat. She did not know why she concealed it. No one had forbidden her to make it, and Meret had seen enough to understand its meaning. Yet the little figures seemed different from her other practice marks. The barley sign belonged to every scribe. The number 10 belonged to every account. But the bent old man beside the short measure belonged to Dedi, and the empty basket belonged to what had been taken from him. Each evening, Tia lifted the mat and looked at the shard. Then she returned it to the darkness. The green fields thickened. Young barley covered the plain in soft, rippling bands, and flax rose in slender stems that would later bear pale blue flowers. The air above the cultivated land felt cooler than the desert edge. Moist earth held the scent of growth, and the channels reflected the sky in narrow strips between the crops. With the season advancing, village work shifted. The first urgency of sowing had passed, but weeds appeared wherever grain did. Families moved through the fields, pulling unwanted plants by hand or loosening them with wooden tools. Irrigation banks required constant care. Cattle were watched closely so they did not stray into tender crops. Goats, especially, seemed to discover every weak enclosure. One morning, Panesi's goat escaped. It entered Hori's barley and ate steadily until Ka saw it from the path. His shout brought half the village running, though the goat itself showed no concern. Panesi caught it by one horn and dragged it away while apologizing. Hori examined the damaged patch. "It has eaten more than your family," he said. Panesi promised repayment if the loss proved serious. The two men marked the place with stones and reeds, not because either distrusted the other greatly, but because memory became less certain when harvest approached. Tia watched them build the small marker. No scribe was called. No rope was stretched. Friendship, reputation, and witnesses were enough. Many village disputes were settled in this way. Neighbors negotiated over wandering animals, broken jars, borrowed tools, and damaged crops. Elders might be asked to remember old agreements. Only when matters grew larger or one side refused settlement did officials and written records become more important. That afternoon, Panesi brought Hori a new hoe handle. The wood was straight and strong, cut from an acacia branch he had saved for himself. Hori accepted it without ceremony. Neither man mentioned the goat again. Life beside the Nile depended upon such exchanges. A household might lend cattle for plowing, borrow grain before harvest, share an oven, repair a roof, carry water for someone ill, or help guide a boat from mud. Debts were remembered not only in measures, but in gestures. A cup of oil given during a difficult month might return years later as help at a wedding or funeral. Mirette kept her own careful account, though she wrote nothing. She remembered who had lent flax, who had received bread, who owed a basket, and which cousin had promised dates after the next caravan. Her memory was organized by faces, seasons, births, and floods. She could say that a jar had been borrowed in the year when the Southern Bank failed, or that a measure of lentils was still owed from the week of cause fever. When Tia asked how she remembered so much, Mirette touched one finger to her temple. "This board does not crack, but it can forget. So can wood." Tia thought of Dedi's faded account. The signs had survived, but only partly. Water, insects, smoke, handling, and time had worn them thin. Written memory was not immortal. It merely resisted forgetting in a different way. A few mornings later, Menna returned with the older scribe. They came to revise the estate's estimate of the growing fields. The older man was called Nebamun, though villagers used his name only when required. He had a broad face, careful hands, and the habit of pausing before each question as if arranging the answer he expected. Hori and the others gathered near the plots. Nebamun inspected the barley, noted damage from birds and animals, and asked whether the channels had supplied enough water. Hori pointed out the patch eaten by Panesi's goat. Nebamun looked at the marker. "Whose animal?" "Panesi's." "Has compensation been agreed?" "It has." Menna wrote a short note. Panesi shifted beside them. "No grain has changed hands," he said. "It will at harvest," Hori answered. Nebamun regarded both men. "Then it is not yet settled." The villagers exchanged glances. To them, the matter had ended when Panesi brought the hoe handle and Hori accepted it. The future grain was a possibility only if the patch failed to recover. But Nebamun saw an obligation that could be measured and recorded. He ordered Menna to estimate the damaged area. The rope was brought out. Hori's jaw tightened as the assistants stretched it around the patch. What had been a small agreement between neighbors became a figure on a board. The estimate might later affect Panesi's share, Hori's assessed yield, or both. Tia stood near the path with Ka. She saw Menna hesitate before writing. Nebamun noticed. "Is there difficulty?" "No," Menna said. The brush touched the board. When the officials moved on, Panesi stared at the marked ground. I should have let the goat eat the whole field, he muttered. Hori almost laughed, but the sound did not come. That evening, the two men sat outside Daddy's awning with beer between them. They tried to decide whether the recorded estimate would matter at harvest. No one knew. Written accounts traveled to storerooms and offices beyond the village, where numbers might be copied into other accounts by people who had never seen the field. The patch will grow again, Panehsi said. Then we will show them. And if they have already written the loss— Hori looked toward Tia, who was spinning flax nearby. Then perhaps they must write twice. Tia heard the words but kept her eyes on the spindle. Later, Mena came to the house alone. He had remained behind to deliver a message to the canal overseer. Before returning to the landing, he stopped beneath the awning where Tia's shards were arranged. "You saw the field," she said. "Yes." The matter was settled. Not in the account. Why? Because Nebamun believes every obligation should be visible. It was visible. Panesi gave my father a handle. Mena looked toward the repaired hoe leaning against the wall. That was not mentioned. No one asked. For a moment, neither spoke. Then Tia brought out the hidden shard. She showed him the balance, the sack, Dedi, and the empty basket. Mena studied the drawing without smiling. "This is not how accounts are written," he said. "I know. The figures are unclear. I know. The balance is too small." Tia waited. Mena turned the shard in his hand. "But I understand it." He gave it back. From his bag, he removed a narrow strip of wood coated with a thin layer of pale plaster. It had been used once and scraped clean, though faint traces of older writing remained beneath the surface. "For practice," he said. Tia touched the smooth face. It was finer than any broken pot. "What must I give you?" "Nothing." "Then why?" Mena glanced toward the lane where Nebamun's boat waited beyond the houses. "Because wood can be scraped," he said, "and written again." He left before Hori returned. That night, Tia placed the practice board beside Dedi's faded account. One was old, dark, and crowded with grain long since eaten. The other was pale and nearly empty, carrying only the ghosts of words removed by a knife. She did not write upon it immediately. Outside, frogs called from the canals, and the green fields moved beneath the moon. Somewhere beyond the village, Nebamun's account was traveling north with the estimated loss from Panesi's goat. Inside the house, Meret measured flour. Hori fitted his new handle to the hoe, and Tia sat before a surface that could hold truth, error, memory, or correction, depending upon what her hand learned to place there. For 3 mornings, the pale board remained untouched. Tia carried it from the sleeping room to the courtyard and back again, always wrapped in linen. She feared spoiling its smooth surface with a careless stroke. Pottery shards could be discarded. This board had been scraped clean for another life. On the 4th morning, Meret found her staring at it beside the grinding stone. "A blank thing cannot teach you much," she said. "It can be ruined. So can flour if you never bake it." Tia unwrapped the board. She mixed soot with a little water and a drop of plant gum that Haynut had given her. The ink was darker and held together better than her earlier mixtures. She trimmed the worn reed brush with a small flint blade, making the tip as even as she could. Then she wrote the sign for water. The first line trembled. The second curved upward. The third was nearly straight. She waited for the ink to dry. Nothing remarkable happened. The board did not reject her. The marks remained where she had placed them. Beneath the water sign, she wrote barley. Beneath barley, 10. The pale surface made every fault visible, but it also made correction possible. With a damp cloth, she softened one sign, scraped lightly with the edge of a potsherd, and wrote it again. By midday, the board held 6 rows. Ka looked over her shoulder. "Write my name. I do not know your name. You say it every day. I do not know how to write it." He considered this an obvious failure of writing rather than of Tia. "Then write a fish." She drew one. Ka accepted the picture and carried the board 3 steps before Tia seized it back. The season continued to turn. The barley rose higher, and the flax fields began to show small blue flowers that opened beneath the morning sun and faded by afternoon. Bees moved among them. The village lanes filled with bundles of reeds, repaired baskets, and preparations for the labor that harvest would soon demand. Before grain could be cut, tools had to be inspected. Wooden sickle handles were fitted with small flint blades set into grooves. The stones were sharp but brittle, and missing pieces had to be replaced. Hori sat with Paneasi and Dedi beneath the awning, pressing new flints into dark resin, while Ka was repeatedly warned not to touch them. Meret and Tia repaired sacks. They checked every seam, holding the cloth against the light to find thin places. A small hole could spill grain along a path, feeding birds one kernel at a time until a worker reached home with less than he had carried away. The household grain jar was nearly empty now. Meret shook it gently and heard only a shallow whisper across the bottom. Dedi's barley had helped, as had the bran from Hainut, but every meal had become narrower. Bread loaves were smaller. Lentils were thinned with more water. Onions appeared at nearly every meal. No one complained openly. Hunger had not entered the house, but caution had. Meret watched each portion. Hori left no crust. Tia no longer fed crumbs to the dog that waited near the doorway. The fields, green and heavy, stood within sight. That was the difficult patience of the weeks before harvest. Food surrounded the village, yet it was not ready. To cut too early meant losing grain that had not fully ripened. To wait too long risked birds, wind, insects, or sudden damage. Each morning, Hori crushed a head of barley between his fingers. The kernels grew firmer. "Soon," he said. The word traveled through the village. Soon the sickles would move. Soon the threshing floors would fill. Soon granaries, taxes, payments, and household jars would all make claims upon the same harvest. One afternoon, Nebamun's boat returned. This time he brought 3 scribes, several guards, and clay ceilings prepared for the estate storehouses. Their arrival quieted the landing. Harvest had not begun, but the machinery of collection was already in motion. Menna came with them. He found Tia near the fields, where she was helping Meret gather flax pulled from an early patch. Flax was often uprooted rather than cut, so the full length of the fiber could be preserved. The stems were tied in bundles and would later be processed through drying, soaking, beating, and combing before they could become thread. Tia's hands smelled green and bitter. Menna glanced at the bundle, then at the cloth-wrapped board beside her basket. "You have written?" She showed him. He examined each sign without praise. He corrected the angle of the reed, the spacing between numbers, and the shape of one loaf sign. "You press too hard," he said. "The brush is poor. The brush does not press itself." He dipped the reed into her ink and wrote the same signs beneath hers. His strokes were quick and light. Water seemed to flow. Barley stood compact and clear. The number 10 looked inevitable. Tia compared the rows. "How long before mine look like that?" Years, she frowned. Longer, if you frown at them. Mirette continued tying flax, listening without appearing to do so. Nebamun called from the raised path. Mena answered, then handed the board back. Before leaving, he pointed toward the ripening fields. When the harvest begins, they will need counters at the estate floor. Tia is not an estate worker, Mirette said. Mena turned to her. Children carry tallies. They call numbers. Some sort grain from chaff. Children also disappear into work and return with nothing. They receive rations. How much? Mena hesitated. That pause told Mirette more than any amount. He lowered his voice. I could place her near the weighing table. She would see the accounts. Mirette's hands stopped on the flax cord. Tia scarcely breathed. The estate harvest floor would be crowded with workers, animals, overseers, porters, and scribes. It was not a school. Yet it would place her close to numbers, measures, and writing for days at a time. What would she owe? Mirette asked. Labor. To whom? The estate. For how long? Until the grain is stored. Mirette looked across the field. Hori was beyond the canal, testing barley between his fingers. The family would need Tia during harvest. She could gather fallen heads, carry water, help bind sheaves, prepare food, watch Ka, and assist with flax. Every pair of hands had already been counted, though no board recorded it. Mena understood. The weighing begins after the first cutting, he said. Not every day. Nebamun called again, sharper now. Mena left. Tia wrapped the practice board slowly. Mirette lifted the bundle of flax and placed it in the basket. You will ask Father? I will speak with him. That means no. It means I will speak with him. They walked home along the channel. The flax flowers closed as the afternoon waned. Across the fields, barley heads bent beneath their own weight, changing from green toward gold. Villagers paused to touch them as they passed, testing dryness, judging time. That evening, Mirette told Hori about the weighing table. He listened while fitting a flint into the last sickle handle. The resin had softened over a lamp flame and gave off a sharp smell. We need her here, he said. We do. The estate will use her. It will. Tia sat beyond the doorway, hidden from their sight but not from their voices. Hori pressed the flint into place. She might learn something, Mirette said. She might learn that a short measure becomes correct when a scribe writes it. She has learned that already. Silence followed. Outside, the wind passed across the barley. The dry heads brushed together with a sound like quiet rain. At last, Hori set the sickle down. One day, he said, after our first field is cut. Tia closed her eyes. Mirette did not answer immediately. One day, she agreed. The decision was small, uncertain, and easily withdrawn. Yet it entered the house like a new flame. Before sleeping, Tia took out the pale board. She scraped away the fish she had drawn for Ka. In its place, she practiced numbers until the lamp burned low. 10, 20, 30, 40. Measures of barley not yet cut. Sacks not yet filled. Rations not yet given. Beyond the wall, the harvest waited under the stars, and every household along the Nile listened to the dry whisper of grain approaching its moment. Harvest began beneath a sky the color of pale clay. Before sunrise, the village lanes filled with the sound of feet, baskets, wooden handles, and murmured instructions. Sickles were carried wrapped in cloth so their flint edges would not cut careless fingers. Water jars were sealed with stoppers of leaves and clay. Bread, onions, and small beer were packed for the day. Mirette woke the children while the stars were still visible. Ka sat upright in confusion, his hair flattened on one side. Tia was already awake. She had slept lightly, listening for the first movement in the courtyard and thinking of the estate weighing table promised after their own field was cut. Today you watch your hands, Hori told them. Not the birds, not the boats, your hands. Ka looked offended, as though his hands had never caused trouble. The family walked toward the fields with Panesi and several neighbors. Torches flickered along the path, but soon the eastern horizon brightened, and their flames became unnecessary. The barley stood dry and golden, its heads bowed. When the wind moved across it, the field seemed to breathe. Hori entered first. He took a handful of stalks below the heads and drew the sickle through them. The flint blades made a soft, tearing whisper. He laid the cut grain in a small bundle and moved forward. Others followed. Ancient Egyptian harvesters often cut grain high upon the stalk, leaving much of the straw standing. Methods varied according to crop, place, and period, but scenes preserved in tombs show workers moving through fields with short sickles, while others gathered and carried the sheaves. Meret worked beside Hori. Tia gathered the cut heads into armfuls and tied them loosely. The stalks scratched her forearms. Dust rose with every movement and clung to the damp skin along her neck. Ka was given the safer task of collecting fallen heads near the path, under the supervision of Dedi, who sat in the shade with a basket beside him. At first, Ka treated each head of grain as treasure. By mid-morning, he had begun arranging them into boats. Dedi quietly returned them to the basket. The field changed slowly. A narrow cleared strip appeared where the harvesters had passed. Behind them stood the pale-cut stalks, while ahead the uncut barley still moved in the wind. Voices traveled across the plain. Some workers sang to keep rhythm, repeating simple lines that rose and fell with the movement of the sickles. Others called warnings about snakes, loose blades, or children wandering too near the cutting. A scribe attached to the estate stood on a raised path. He recorded the number of workers and the plots being harvested. 2 overseers moved among the fields, urging haste. Their presence was not welcome, but neither was it unusual. Grain had to be cut, gathered, transported, threshed, measured, and divided. Every stage invited counting. By the time the sun stood high, Tia's shoulders ached. Meret led the family to the shade of a sycamore fig tree near the canal. They ate bread and onions and drank beer from a shared jar. Hori's hands were marked with fine cuts. Barley awns clung to his linen. Paneasi sat beside him. "My goat would have finished before us," he said. This time Hori laughed. The damaged patch had recovered better than either expected. Its heads were thinner, but not empty. The official estimate of loss now seemed less connected to the field than ever. After the brief rest, work resumed. Heat pressed down. The songs faded. Even the birds became quieter, waiting in the reeds until the people moved on. Tia's world narrowed to stalks, cord, basket, and the next few steps. She began to understand why harvest scenes painted in tombs appeared so orderly. Art could show men bending in graceful rows and women carrying neat bundles. It did not preserve dust in the mouth, insects beneath clothing, cramped fingers, or the weight of the 100th armful. Yet it did preserve the essential movement. Cut, gather, bind, carry. The rhythm had been repeated beside the Nile for generations, each harvest resembling the last while belonging completely to those who endured its particular heat. Late in the afternoon, the final standing strip remained near the western boundary. Hori cut it himself. The family gathered around the last bundle. No ceremony had been planned, but for a moment they were still. The field that had demanded repair, seed, water, bird chasing, weeding, and patience now lay cut beneath the lowering sun. Meret lifted one full head and rubbed it between her palms. Kernels fell into her hand. She examined them closely, then gave a small nod. The grain was good. Relief moved through the family without words. The sheaves were carried toward the threshing floor, a hard, open space where several households had already piled their harvest. Donkeys bore baskets across their backs. Men carried bundles upon their shoulders. Children collected whatever fell along the path. The threshing would begin the following morning. Animals might be driven over the grain to separate kernels from husks, while workers turned and spread it beneath their hooves. Afterward, the mixture would be tossed into the air so the wind could carry lighter chaff aside. The process required dry weather and careful watching. At sunset, the family returned home. Their courtyard smelled of dust, sweat, and cut grain. Mirette washed her hands and face, using little water, but rubbing carefully where the barley had scratched her skin. Tia did the same, watching brown streams run from her wrists. Hori sat beside the grain jar. There was enough flour for one more morning. Tomorrow, some newly harvested grain could be dried, processed, and brought home, though much remained to be threshed and divided. The jar had lasted. Mireille touched its side with her palm. For months it had measured the distance between the family and hunger. Now the distance had narrowed to a single night. After eating, Hori took Tia's practice board from its cloth. She had expected him to forget the promise. "You go to the estate after midday tomorrow," he said. "Your mother needs you at the threshing floor first." Tia held the board against her knees. "I will return before dark." "You will return when Mirette tells you." Mirette looked toward her daughter. "Watch everything. Believe nothing merely because it is written." Hori added, "And do not correct a scribe in front of his overseer." Tia nodded solemnly. Ka climbed beside her. "Will you write my name?" "Not tomorrow." "Then what will you write?" She looked toward the doorway. Beyond it, the moon was rising over stacks of grain. The village roofs lay silver beneath it. At the threshing floor, donkeys shifted beside the sheaves, guarded by men who would sleep nearby. "Numbers," she said. But she knew it would not be only numbers. Each mark would contain hands cutting barley, women tying bundles, children gathering what had fallen, animals walking in circles, and families waiting for their share. Every neat total would grow from dust, hunger, sunlight, and the long patience of the river. Tia rapped the board again. The household slept deeply that night. Before dawn, when the first threshing animals were led onto the hard earth, she rose with the others and followed the sound of hooves toward the grain. The threshing floor was already alive beneath the fading stars. Donkeys walked in slow circles over the spread barley, guided by boys with switches and quiet calls. Their hooves crushed the dry heads, loosening grain from husk and stalk. Men turned the mixture with wooden forks so that no layer remained untouched. Dust hovered above the hard earth and settled on hair, shoulders, and sleeping mats rolled beside the grain piles. Tia joined Merritt near the edge. Their task was to gather scattered stalks and carry baskets of threshed material toward the winnowing place. Hori worked among the animals, watching that they did not stray from the circular path. Panesi spread another layer of barley beneath their feet. Ka remained with Dedi. The old fisherman had drawn a small sonnet board in the dust and given him pebbles for pieces. Ka changed the rules each time he began to lose, which Dedi declared a proper respect for tradition. As the sun rose, the wind strengthened from the north. This was the moment the workers had been waiting for. Two men lifted shallow baskets filled with crushed grain and chaff. With practiced movements, they tossed the mixture upward. The heavier kernels fell almost directly back to the floor, while lighter husks and fragments drifted aside. Again and again, the grain rose into the light. For a moment, each throw became a golden cloud. Chaff shone around the workers' heads, then floated toward the edge of the floor, where children gathered what could still be used as fodder, fuel, or packing. Tia watched carefully. Winnowing depended upon the wind, but also upon timing, height, and the angle of the basket. A weak throw failed to separate the mixture. Too strong a movement scattered good grain beyond the prepared ground. Mirette showed her how to lift with both hands. "Let the wind take only what is light," she said. Tia tossed the basket. Most of its contents fell upon her feet. Mirette refilled it. The second attempt rose higher. Chaff drifted away, and the kernels struck the floor with a dry, satisfying sound. By mid-morning, the first clean pile had formed. Hori crouched beside it and ran grain through his fingers. The harvest was not yet divided, measured, or taxed, but the sight of the kernels eased something in his face. Months of work had become food that could be touched. Mirette filled a small cloth bag with enough barley for the household's immediate needs. No one objected. Families required grain to eat during the labor of processing the larger harvest. Even the estate overseer understood that workers could not continue on empty stomachs. Tia carried the bag home. She poured the barley into the household jar and listened. The kernels did not whisper across the bottom. They struck one another, gathering into a shallow but visible layer. The sound was fuller than it had been for many weeks. She rested both hands on the rim. Then she returned to the threshing floor. Near midday, Mirette washed Tia's face and arms at the canal. Dust had formed pale lines wherever sweat had dried. She combed chaff from her daughter's hair with her fingers and straightened the linen dress that had been saved for the estate visit. "You are going to work," she said, "not to a feast. I know. Listen before you speak. I know. And return when the shadow of the western palm reaches the channel." Tia looked toward the palm. Its shadow was still short beneath the high sun. Merritt handed her the wrapped practice board. The estate threshing floor lay north of the village beside the granary. It was larger than the village floor and crowded with workers from several settlements. Grain piles rose beneath reed coverings. Donkeys and cattle circled over spread sheaves. Porters moved between floor, weighing table, and storage chambers. The noise struck Tia first. Animals called. Overseers shouted numbers. Baskets scraped against the earth. Wooden forks clattered. Scribes repeated quantities to assistants. The dry rustle of grain continued beneath everything. Menna waited near the weighing table. "You came," he said. "My father allowed one day. Then do not waste it." He placed a narrow wooden tally in her hand. A notch had been cut near one end. Similar pieces lay in baskets beside the scales, each representing a worker, team, field, or delivery, according to the system used there. Tia's first duty was simple. When a measured sack was accepted, Menna handed her a marked tally. She carried it to an assistant seated beside the granary entrance. The assistant placed the tally in one of several bowls and gave her another to return. Back and forth she walked. At first, the movements seemed meaningless. Then patterns emerged. Tallies from the southern fields went into one bowl. Grain owed to the estate went into another record. Rations for workers were counted separately. Damaged or damp grain was set aside and marked in red. Nebamoon sat beneath a linen shade. He supervised without lifting a sack or touching the scales. His writing board rested across his knees, and two scribes brought him totals at intervals. He compared them, asked brief questions, and made corrections. Tia avoided his eyes. At the weighing table, a porter lowered a sack onto one side of the balance. Stone weights were placed upon the other. The beam dipped, rose, and settled. 30, called the weigher. Menna wrote. The next sack was lighter, 28. An overseer frowned. The field account expects 30. The porter loosened the mouth of the sack and showed that it was full. Menna looked toward the balance. The overseer placed 2 fingers beneath the beam and lifted it slightly. 30, he said. Tia saw the movement. So did Menna. For a breath, the only sound near the table was grain shifting inside the sack. Then Menna wrote 30. The porter carried the sack away. Tia remembered Dedi's net, the short measure, and the figure she had drawn beside the empty basket. Here the change had happened before her eyes. 2 measures of grain had appeared not from a field, but from fingers beneath a beam and ink upon a board. Menna handed her the tally. She did not move. "Take it," he said quietly. "It was 28. I heard. You wrote 30. I wrote what the overseer accepted. That does not make it 30. His face tightened. "Carry the tally." Tia obeyed. At the granary entrance, the assistant dropped it into the bowl without looking. One piece of wood joined many others. Nothing about it revealed the lifted balance. When she returned, another sack was already being weighed. The afternoon continued. Tia carried tallies, repeated numbers, and watched grain disappear into the dark mouths of storage chambers. Workers climbed steps with baskets on their shoulders. Others sealed completed chambers with cord and wet clay. A man pressed a carved seal into each lump, leaving an impression that would show if the entrance was opened. Mina showed her how quantities were grouped. He pointed to the signs for receipt, shortage, and issue. His voice remained formal, as though the moment at the balance had not occurred. Tia copied the signs onto her practice board. Her strokes were uneven, but she no longer pressed too hard. Later, a woman came to collect rations for a group of winnowers. The account allowed a fixed amount of grain and beer. The jars were measured. The barley was poured. The woman examined the basket. "It is less than yesterday." The ration clerk shook his head. "It is what is written." She looked toward Nebamun, then toward the guards. Without another word, she lifted the basket and left. Tia watched a thin trail of kernels escape through a torn seam. She wanted to follow and gather them, but Menna placed another tally in her hand. By late afternoon, the shadow of the western palm stretched toward the channel. Tia rapped her board. Menna was adding totals at the table. Black figures filled one side with corrections in red. She stood before him until he looked up. "Will the account always say 30?" she asked. "Yes." "Even though it was 28? "Yes." "Then the account is wrong." Menna set down his brush. "The account is what will remain." Tia thought of Dedi's brother, preserved as a witness beside sacks of barley. She thought of the healed patch in Hori's field, still recorded as loss. She thought of the woman carrying a ration lighter than the day before. "What remains can still be wrong," she said. Nebamun called Menna's name. Tia left before he answered. The walk home followed the river path. Evening light lay across the fields, and the village threshing floor glowed with drifting chaff. Meret was still working beside the grain pile. Hori guided a donkey from its circle and rubbed the animal's dusty neck. Ka ran to meet Tia. "Did you write my name?" "No." "What did you write?" She opened the board. Numbers, measures, and grain signs covered its surface. Near the bottom, where Menna had not seen, she had drawn a small balance. Beneath one side she had written 28. Beneath the other, 30. Ka studied it solemnly. "It looks like a boat." Tia rapped the board again. At home, Meret baked the first bread from the new harvest. The flour was coarse, and the loaf cracked along one side, but its smell filled the courtyard with warmth. The family ate beneath the evening sky. Hori asked what Tia had learned. She looked at the bread in her hands, at the grain jar no longer empty, and at the dust still lying pale across her father's arms. "I learned how grain enters an account," she said. Hori waited. "And?" Tia glanced toward the wrapped board beside her mat. "How truth can be lighter than a scribe's brush." Hori did not ask what she meant. He broke the remaining bread into 4 pieces and gave the largest to Ka, who had spent the afternoon carrying chaff in a basket almost as wide as his shoulders. Meret poured beer into small cups. The family ate while the last light faded from the courtyard walls. Tia's words remained among them. Truth could be lighter than a scribe's brush, yet a brush could make its own weight. Once an amount entered an account, it might travel from the threshing floor to the granary, from the granary to an estate office, and from there into records stored far beyond the village. The porter, who had carried 28 measures, would disappear from the page. 30 would remain. After the meal, Hori examined Tia's practice board. He found the small balance drawn at the bottom and traced the air above the two numbers. Did Menna see this? No. Good. Tia looked at him. Should I scrape it away? Hori considered the question. No, but do not show it to Nebamun. Merit gathered the cups. A truth hidden in a house changes little. A truth carried to the wrong man may change too much. Hori replied. Neither spoke again. The next morning, Tia returned to the village threshing floor. Her one day at the estate had ended, and the family's grain still demanded labor. The practice board remained wrapped inside the house. For several days, the family worked from dawn until the shadows lengthened. Animals trod the barley. Wooden forks turned the straw. Baskets rose into the north wind. Chaff gathered in pale drifts around the floor. At night, the village smelled of grain. It entered houses in hair and clothing. Kernels appeared beneath sleeping mats and inside sandals. Mice grew bold, drawn by stores larger than the village had possessed for many months. Cats waited near jars and walls, patient as carved guardians. Merit prepared the household storage room. She swept every corner, sealed cracks with wet mud, and raised smaller jars upon clay stands. Grain had to be protected from dampness, insects, rodents, and theft. Some households lined vessels or fitted lids with clay. Others stored grain in bins or chambers built into the house. The family's share was not yet known. Before they could fill their own jars, the harvest had to be measured. Seed grain, estate claims, taxes, debts, and payments would be separated. What remained would support the household through the next cycle. Nebamun arrived on the 5th day. His assistants placed a weighing table beside the village threshing floor. Menna came with them, along with 2 guards and the overseer, who had lifted the balance at the estate. The villagers gathered in uneasy silence. Each household's grain had been kept in a separate pile, though wind and footsteps had blurred some edges. Markers of reed and pottery identified the plots. Hori stood beside his pile with Merit. Panesi waited near his own. Tia remained behind Dedi, carrying a basket. The weighing began. Sacks were filled, lifted, measured, and emptied into new piles according to their destination. Menna recorded the amounts while Nebamun compared them with the earlier estimates. The first households passed without dispute. One owed grain for the use of estate cattle. Another received a deduction because 2 men had worked on the canal. A widow's small field produced less than expected, but 3 elders confirmed that floodwater had reached it late. Then Panesi's grain was weighed. Nebamun examined the account. There is an additional amount owed for damage to the neighboring field. Panesi stared at him. The field recovered. The loss was measured. Hori stepped forward. There was no loss. Nebamun turned. You reported damage from his animal. I reported a patch eaten before the grain had grown. The account records an obligation. The account was made before harvest. Nebamun's expression did not change. Then the obligation should have been corrected before today. We did not know correction was needed. Menna's brush waited above the board. The damaged patch had been harvested with the rest of Hori's field. Its grain could not now be separated, but Hori knew its yield had been nearly ordinary. Panesi had already given the hoe handle, though no one had spoken of that when Nebamun measured the ground. Tia thought of the pale board at home. Wood could be scraped and written again, Mina had said. Yet the estate account had not been scraped. Nebamun ordered an additional basket taken from Panesi's pile. The overseer moved toward the grain. No, Hori said. The word was quiet. The guard nearest Nebamun shifted his staff. Meret placed one hand on Hori's arm. Panesi looked at the ground. For a moment, shame and anger moved across his face. Then he lifted the basket himself and filled it. The grain poured with a dry rush. He carried it to Hori's pile. "I owe this," he said loudly so all could hear. Hori understood. He accepted the basket. The account had been satisfied, but the grain remained in the village. Nebamun could not easily object without admitting that the obligation mattered less than its recorded form. Mena wrote the transfer. Later, when the officials moved to the next field, Hori returned the same quantity to Panehsi in 2 smaller baskets carried behind the threshing shelter, beyond Nebamun's sight. No document preserved the second exchange. Dedi witnessed it. So did Meret and Tia. By afternoon, Hori's own grain was measured. Nebamun's estimate had been high. The harvest was good, but not as great as the account predicted. After deductions, the family's remaining share looked smaller than it had upon the threshing floor. Hori examined the piles. "This cannot feed us until the next harvest." Nebamun checked the figures. "The measure is correct. The estimate was not. The flood was sufficient. The western bank failed twice. It was repaired. By us." Nebamun looked toward Mena. The canal labor had been recorded, but only part of it had been credited against the household's obligation. Several days were listed under estate service, while others appeared to be missing. Hori named the days. Mena searched the account. "I recorded them," he said. Nebamun's gaze sharpened. "Where?" Mena turned one board, then another. His fingers moved faster. At last he found a narrow line near the bottom of an earlier sheet. The missing labor had been entered beneath the wrong village name. Nebamun read the marks twice. Around them, the threshing floor had become quiet. Tia watched Mena. He could have said nothing. The error would have remained with the authority of ink. Instead, he dipped his brush into red pigment and drew a correction beside the line. The family's deduction was recalculated. 2 baskets of grain were returned to Hori's share. It was not enough to make the year easy, but it changed the sound the grain would make when poured into the household jars. Nebamun gave no apology. The weighing continued. Near sunset, the officials packed their boards. Clay seals were placed over cords securing the estate grain. Guards accompanied the first loaded donkey toward the granary. Mena remained behind for a moment. Tia approached him near the edge of the floor. "You corrected it," she said. "It was written under the wrong village. You could have left it." He cleaned the red brush with a scrap of linen. "Yes." The wind lifted chaff around their feet. "Why did you change this account but not the sack of 28? Mena looked toward Nebamun's departing figure. "Because today I knew where the first truth was hidden." Tia waited for more, but none came. He placed the brush inside his bag and followed the others toward the landing. That evening the family filled its jars. Grain fell in steady streams, rising against the clay walls. Meret smoothed the surface of each store and sealed the lids. Hori calculated what must be saved for seed, what could be ground, and what might be exchanged for oil, fish, or linen. Tia listened to the kernels settle. The harvest had passed through fields, sickles, hooves, wind, scales, arguments, and ink before reaching the house. It was no longer only barley. It contained repaired canals, a wandering goat, missing labor days, 2 secret baskets, and 1 red correction. When the final jar was closed, Meret placed her palm upon its lid. "It will have to be enough," she said. Outside, the emptied threshing floor glowed beneath the moon. Chaff moved in little spirals across the hard ground, light enough for the wind to carry, while inside the house the grain rested in darkness, measured at last by the quiet needs of those who would eat it. For several days after the jars were sealed, the household moved with a quieter sense of plenty. The meals did not become extravagant. Meret still measured flour carefully, and the oil jar remained low. Yet bread could be baked without listening for the hollow scrape at the bottom of the grain store. A thicker lentil stew appeared in the evening. Ka received a second piece of bread and held it in both hands as though someone might reconsider. The village also seemed to breathe more easily. Bundles of straw stood against walls. Freshly filled jars were marked and covered. Broken baskets were repaired before being stored for another season. Families exchanged grain for fish, onions, oil, pottery, rope, and cloth. Debts remembered through the lean months were settled in cups and measures. Paneasi brought Merit a basket of onions. "These are not for the goat," he said. Hori accepted them with a smile. The harvest had ended, but its work continued. Grain had to be ground each day. Straw was used for fuel, bedding, fodder, brick-making, and countless household purposes. Flax remained to be processed, and the blue-flowered fields that had brightened the plain were now reduced to bundles drying in courtyards. Meret soaked flax stems in shallow water so that the useful fibers could be separated from the harder parts. The smell was strong and earthy. Later, the stems would be dried, beaten, and drawn through comb-like tools before they could be spun. Tia worked beside her. Her hands learned the different resistance of wet flax, dry barley stalks, and finished thread. The world of writing had not replaced these textures. It had merely joined them. Mena did not return for many days. Tia practiced alone on the pale board, copying numbers from memory and scraping them away when the spacing failed. She wrote barley, water, bread, house, man, woman, and several sounds whose use she only partly understood. She also copied the red correction from memory. It was not a word. It was a small mark beside an error, showing that something once written had been reconsidered. Ka watched her scrape the board. Where do the old signs go? Into dust. Then are they still words? Tia looked at the pale scrapings gathered beside her knee. No. Ka blew them from the board. The powder vanished across the courtyard. A week later, Dedi became ill. At first, he complained only of tiredness. He left his net unfinished beneath the awning and returned home before midday. By evening, a fever had risen, and his breathing sounded rough. Meret went to him with water, linen, and a bowl of thin broth. Dedi lived alone in 2 small rooms near the southern wall. His house smelled of nets, dried fish, and smoke. Hooks hung from a wooden peg. Reed baskets stood in uneven towers. The old writing board belonging to his brother rested on a shelf above his sleeping mat. Tia followed Merit inside. Dedi opened his eyes when he heard them. "You have come to steal my fish," he murmured. "You have none worth stealing," Merit said. His smile was brief. Illness brought together practical treatment, inherited remedies, prayer, and the medical beliefs of the time. Egyptian healers could observe symptoms carefully and use substances whose effects ranged from helpful to useless or harmful. Households also relied upon experienced relatives and neighbors, especially when formal healers were distant or costly. Meret washed Dedi's face. She placed a cool cloth against his forehead and encouraged him to drink. Henut brought beer diluted with water. Paneasi repaired a loose reed screen so the evening air could enter without carrying too much dust. A woman known for preparing remedies arrived after sunset. She examined Dedi's eyes, listened to his chest, and mixed honey with crushed herbs. She spoke a protective prayer as she worked, according to customs that did not separate medicine from sacred words. No one knew whether the fever would pass. Tia sat outside the doorway with the old writing board across her knees. The marks seemed fainter than before. Perhaps the light was poor, or perhaps she now saw more clearly how much had already been lost. Dedi's brother's name remained visible. Tia traced it with one finger above the wood. Inside, Dedi coughed. For 2 nights, Meret and other neighbors took turns watching him. Hori carried water. Paneasi brought a mat to sleep near the door. Even Ka understood that the village had become quieter around the old fisherman's house. On the 3rd morning, Dedi's fever eased. He woke hungry and demanded salted fish. Mirette gave him broth. "This is not fish. It is what you are eating. Then I remain ill." His voice was stronger, and relief passed through the room. Recovery was slow. Deddy could not return to the river at once. He sat beneath his awning, wrapped in a linen cloth, while others completed his nets and checked his traps. Children visited him with questions he pretended not to enjoy. Ka brought the sonnet pebbles. "You changed the rules," Deddy said after losing the first game. "I learned from your brother." Deddy stared at him, then laughed until coughing forced him to stop. During those quiet days, Tia asked Deddy whether he wished his own name written upon the old board. "Why?" "So it remains. I am sitting here. Not forever." Deddy looked toward the river. The afternoon light had turned the water silver. A fisherman poled through the reeds, his body leaning and straightening with each push. "What would the board say?" Deddy asked. Tia considered. "That you repaired nets." "My brother counted barley. Must our family be remembered only through work?" "You oversalt fish." "That is better." She smiled. Deddy touched the cracked edge of the board. "Write that I knew the channels near the southern marsh. Write that I could find fish when Panesi found only mud. Write that I taught Ka to wait, though he never learned." Tia's smile faded into concentration. "I do not know how to write all of that." "Then learn." The words were neither command nor comfort. They were simply a task placed before her, like a net requiring a new knot. That evening, Mena returned. He came on foot and without Nebamun. The estate accounts had moved north, but he had been sent back to collect several seal impressions left in the granary office. Tia found him near the landing. She told him about Deddy's illness and the words he wished preserved. Mena listened. "A formal account would not say such things," he said. "Then I do not want a formal account." "What do you want?" "To write a man." Mena looked toward the houses, where Deddy sat beneath the awning with Ka beside him. "That is more difficult than writing grain." "I know." He remained silent for a while. Then he walked with her to Deddy's house. The old fisherman greeted him suspiciously. "Have you come to count my empty baskets?" "I have come to hear about the southern marsh." Deddy's expression changed. Mena sat on a low stool and took out his board. He asked where the best channels lay, how the water shifted after the flood, which reeds concealed shallow pools, and when certain fish moved nearer the bank. Deddy answered slowly at first, then with increasing detail. Mena wrote only a little. Most of what Deddy said could not be easily placed into a short account. Knowledge of the marsh lived in movement, season, smell, color, and remembered experience. A channel might be safe in one month and too shallow in another. Birds gathering over a pool could reveal fish beneath, unless a certain wind was blowing. At last, Mena set down his brush. "No board can hold all of this," he said. Deddy nodded. "Now you understand fishing." Tia looked from the old man to the scribe. The failure did not seem complete. Mena had written Deddy's name, the southern marsh, 3 kinds of fish, and a note that the channels changed after the flood. It was less than a life, but more than a measure. Before leaving, Mena gave the board to Tia. "Copy this onto yours," he said. "Then add what you can." That night, beneath the household lamp, Tia wrote Deddy's name carefully. Beside it, she placed the sign for water, then fish, then the southern direction as Mena had shown her. After a long pause, she drew a small net. It was not proper writing. Still, when Deddy saw it the next morning, he touched the mark and said that the knots were too loose. Tia scraped the net away and drew it again. The second net pleased Deddy no more than the first. "It would let every fish in Egypt escape," he said. "You are not meant to fish with it." "Then why draw a net that cannot hold fish?" Tia considered explaining that the mark was meant to hold memory instead, but Deddy had already closed his eyes beneath the awning. His fever had left him weak, and even brief conversation tired him. She placed the practice board beside him and returned to the courtyard, where Meret was beating dried flax stems against a flat stone. The brittle outer pieces broke away with each stroke. Pale fibers emerged from within, long and fine. They would be combed, spun, and woven, passing through many hands before becoming cloth. Tia sat beside her mother and began separating the tangled strands. For a while, only the tapping of wood against stone filled the courtyard. Then Meret asked, "What did you write about Dedi?" "His name. Water. Fish. The southern marsh. A net. Is that enough?" "No. Would anything be enough?" Tia pulled a knot from the flax. She had begun to understand that writing did not rescue a whole life. It chose fragments. A granary board remembered a witness, but not his complaints. An account preserved a field's estimated loss, but not the hoe handle that settled it. Mena's notes could name the southern marsh, but could not contain the color of the water before fish rose. Perhaps spoken memory was no more complete. Meret remembered debts through seasons, yet one day those seasons would fade with her. Dedi remembered his brother's dislike of mornings because no official record had considered it important. Ka remembered 2 tiny fish as a heroic catch because he had been the one to lift the basket. Every person carried a different account. That afternoon, Hori brought news from the landing. A temple boat was expected within 2 days, traveling south toward a major festival. It would stop near the village to take on fresh bread, beer, vegetables, and bundles of reeds. The local estate had ordered households to provide part of the supply in exchange for credited labor or grain. Meret's expression tightened. "How many loaves?" 8 from us." 8. And 1 jar of beer. We do not brew enough for a temple boat. Henut will prepare it. We give her grain. The harvest jars were full enough to endure the demand, but not so full that 8 loaves meant nothing. Offerings and temple provisions connected villages to religious institutions whose estates held land, livestock, workshops, and workers. Temples supported craftsmen, priests, scribes, servants, and festivals, but their needs reached deeply into agricultural communities. Meret calculated silently. The household would need extra flour ground before dawn. Fuel must be gathered. Henut would require barley quickly. Tia's writing board was wrapped and set aside. For the next 2 mornings, the grinding stone did not rest. Meret and Tia worked in turns, crushing grain while the other sifted flour. Their shoulders burned. Fine dust whitened their arms and gathered in the lines of their palms. The required loaves were larger than those made for daily meals and had to be shaped evenly so the estate assistant would accept them. Henut's courtyard steamed with brewing. Jars stood in rows beneath reed coverings. Women from several households carried grain, water, and fuel, while Henut moved among the vessels, testing each mixture with the attention of a healer. "No sour jars," she warned. "The temple steward will smell them before he reaches the bank." Ka was sent to collect dried dung cakes with other children. He returned, carrying half his basket and a long account of a lizard he had followed beneath a wall. Meret sent him back. By the evening before the boat's arrival, the village smelled of fresh bread and fermenting grain. Baskets of onions, cucumbers, dates, and herbs waited beneath awnings. Reed bundles were tied tightly. Scribes moved from house to house, recording contributions. Mena came with them. Nebamun had remained at the estate, but the assistant overseeing the provisions was no less careful. He inspected Meret's loaves, pressing one with his thumb. "This is smaller." "It is not," Meret said. He compared it with another. Tia watched the balance placed between them. The loaf was weighed. It met the required measure exactly. The assistant made a disappointed sound and moved on. Mina recorded 8 loaves beside Hori's household. Then he added the beer jar provided through Henut. "Will the labor credit be written?" Hori asked. "It is written here. And copied to the estate account?" "Yes." Hori looked directly at Mena. "Under the correct village?" Mena's face remained still, under the correct household. The next morning, people gathered at the landing before sunrise. Mist drifted over the river. The baskets of provisions formed rows along the bank, guarded from dogs and impatient children. Officials checked seals and tallies. A priest from a nearby shrine burned a little incense, its smoke rising blue-gray into the damp air. The temple boat appeared through the mist like a moving house. Its hull was larger than any vessel that regularly stopped at the village. Painted eyes marked the bow, according to a tradition meant to help the boat see its way. A tall mast rose above a central cabin decorated with colored panels. The sail had been lowered for landing, and rowers guided the vessel toward shore. Behind it came two smaller cargo boats. Ropes were thrown. Men on the bank pulled until the hull rested against the landing posts. The river slapped heavily along its side. Ka stood with his mouth open. Tia had imagined such boats from wall paintings and distant glimpses, but up close the vessel seemed to contain an entire world. There were sailors, servants, guards, priests, scribes, cooks, and porters. Bundles hung beneath awnings. Jars were wedged into wooden frames. A pair of geese complained from a wicker cage. The provisions began to move aboard. Each basket was checked against a list. Loaves were counted. Beer jars were inspected for intact seals. Vegetables were lifted by hand and rejected if bruised. Tia carried two of Meret's loaves up the gangplank. For the first time, she stood upon a large river vessel. The deck shifted gently beneath her feet. Tar, rope, wood, incense, fish, and river water mingled in the air. From this height, the village looked smaller. Roofs clustered near the bank. Fields stretched behind them toward the desert. The channels appeared as thin, dark lines. A temple scribe sat beneath the cabin awning. His board was larger than Mena's, his brushes finer, his linen spotless despite the loading around him. He marked each delivery as it arrived. Tia placed the loaves in a basket. The scribe asked, "Household?" She gave Hori's name. He searched his list and made a stroke. For one brief moment, her father's name existed on a boat bound south, connected to 8 loaves baked in their courtyard. Then the next delivery arrived. Tia descended the gangplank. By midday, the boats were ready to leave. The wind had strengthened from the north, favorable for the southward journey. Sailors raised the broad square sail. Cloth climbed the mast, caught the wind, and opened with a deep snap. Ropes were released. The temple boat moved away from the landing. People watched as it entered the main current and turned south. The smaller vessels followed. Their sails passed above the reeds long after the hulls had become difficult to see. Ka ran along the bank until Meret called him back. "Where is it going?" he asked. "To temples upriver," Hori said. "And after that? Perhaps farther south. Past the end of Egypt? There is always something beyond where you have been." Tia stood at the water's edge. The boat carried bread from their oven, beer from Henut's jars, onions from Panesi's field, and reeds cut by village children. It also carried written marks naming those contributions. The provisions would be eaten, the jars emptied, the reeds used, and the loaves reduced to crumbs. Perhaps only the account would travel onward, or perhaps the account would be scraped, copied, misfiled, or lost. Behind her, Dedi called from the shade. He had walked to the landing with a stick, unwilling to miss the vessel. Now he sat breathing heavily, watching the sail diminish. "I went south once," he said. Tia turned. "How far?" "Far enough to learn that fishermen everywhere exaggerate." She sat beside him. The boat became a pale square against the distant green of the riverbank. Dedi pointed toward it. "Right that." "The boat?" "No, that I went south." Tia smiled. "How far?" He closed his eyes. "Farther each time I tell it." The sail disappeared beyond a bend. That evening, Tia opened her pale board and added another line beneath Deddy's name. She did not know how to write farther each time, so she wrote the sign for south, then repeated it. Deddy examined the marks by lamplight. At last, he said, a true account. The temple boat vanished from conversation more slowly than it had vanished from sight. For several evenings, Ka built versions of it from reeds and scraps of wood. He gave each one a mast, a square sail cut from worn linen, and a crew of pebbles. Most vessels capsized in the water jar before Meret discovered what he was doing and sent him to the channel. There, beneath Deddy's supervision, the boats performed no better. The river rejects poor workmanship, Deddy said. The river is jealous, Ka replied. Deddy had regained enough strength to walk to the landing each morning, though he no longer took his own boat into the marsh. He sat beneath the shade and repaired light nets while younger fishermen carried out the heavier work. Recovery had narrowed his world for a time, but it had not emptied it. Tia often joined him after household tasks. She brought the pale board and copied the names Mena had written. Deddy's entry had grown into a strange collection: fish, water, south, a net, and repeated marks suggesting journeys that became longer with every telling. It says too much and not enough, Tia said. That sounds like a proper life. The air was changing. Harvest heat still lay over the fields at midday, but mornings arrived cooler, and the river had begun its slow seasonal alteration. In distant lands, far to the south, rains would eventually feed the Nile's rise, though villagers beside Hori's fields could not see those sources. They watched instead for signs closer to home. The strength of the current, damp marks upon banks, debris carried northward, and reports passed from boatmen traveling downstream. One afternoon, a trader from upriver announced that the water was rising earlier than expected. His words traveled from the landing to the fields, from the fields to the ovens, and from the ovens into every household by sunset. Hori went at once to the western embankment. It had held through the growing season, but dry months had cracked its surface. Roots had opened small gaps. Children had crossed it with baskets, goats had climbed it, and one section had been weakened when a cartwheel broke through the edge. Paneasi joined him with a hoe. They pressed new mud into the cracks and marked places requiring stronger repair. The inundation was not yet upon them, but waiting until the water arrived would leave too little time. Village labor shifted again. Men cleared channels that had filled with weeds. Women moved stored goods from low corners of houses. Clay jars were checked for dampness. Roof drains were cleared in case of rare rain, though the river remained the greater concern. Meret inspected the mud brick wall of their storage room. A line of old flood stains marked the outer surface, each one left by a season remembered through its height. The highest line lay above Tia's waist. Meret touched it. "That was before you were born," she said. "The water reached the southern lane." "Did it enter the house?" "Not this one. Your grandmother's courtyard filled." "What did she do?" "Complained that fish had no respect for doors." Tia smiled. Meret's mother had been dead for years, yet in that sentence she entered the courtyard carrying jars above floodwater and scolding the river's creatures. No board held the story. Tia considered writing it, but she did not know the signs for grandmother, courtyard, or disrespectful fish. She began to understand that learning to write would always place her before a widening field of what she could not yet say. Mena returned as the first repair crews gathered. This time, he carried a message from the estate ordering labor along the main canal. The flood would renew the fields, but unmanaged water could break boundaries, damage houses, and leave thick silt where it was not wanted. Nebamoon had assigned workers according to household. Hori's name appeared for 6 days. "I have already repaired the western bank," Hori said. "That is not the main canal," Mena replied. "It feeds the same fields. The account separates them. Water does not." Menna had no answer that would change the order. Hori accepted the 6 days. The next morning, he joined a line of workers walking north with baskets, hose, rope, and food. The main canal lay beyond the estate granary, where the banks were broad enough for carts and officials to pass. Its maintenance served many fields, including those belonging to temples and large estates. The work was heavier than village repair. Men cut dense reed growth and hauled mud from the channel bottom. Others strengthened embankments with layers of earth, straw, and plant matter. Overseers measured progress by length and baskets removed. Menna recorded attendance. Tia accompanied Meret on the 3rd day to deliver bread and beer to Hori. She found him waist-deep in the canal, lifting mud into a basket passed upward by another man. His skin and linen were the same brown-gray color as the bank. "Do not step near the edge," he called. Tia stood well back. Menna sat beneath a reed shelter with 3 boards arranged beside him. Workers came forward in groups to have their names checked. Some were credited for full days. Others lost part of a day if they arrived late, left early, or were judged to have carried too few baskets. A man from the neighboring village argued that illness had kept him home the previous morning. The overseer asked for a witness. His brother spoke for him. The overseer accepted half a day. Menna marked it. Tia watched the process. Time, like grain, became a measured substance. A day could be full, half, missing, or owed. Yet no account showed whether the sun had been brutal, the mud deep, or a child feverish at home. When Hori came to eat, he sat on the bank with his legs extended. Meret examined a bruise forming along his shin. "A basket slipped," he said. "Whose? Does it matter?" "It matters to your leg." He ate quickly. Around them, workers rested beneath whatever shade could be found. Some slept with heads upon rolled cloth. Others soaked their feet in the canal. The air smelled of wet earth, sweat, crushed reeds, and beer. Tia showed Hori the attendance board from a distance. "Menna is writing days." "I know. Can a day be wrong?" Hori looked at her. "A day is never wrong. A count can be." The overseer called the men back. Hori stood with difficulty and returned to the canal. Before leaving, Meret spoke quietly to Menna. "The 6 days must be credited." "They will be." "All 6. Menna nodded. Meret did not move. He met her eyes. "I will check the village name twice." Only then did she turn away. On the walk home, Tia carried the empty beer jar. The fields lay pale after harvest, crossed by stubble and channels. Beyond them, the Nile appeared broad and calm, giving no warning of the water already traveling north from distant rains. At the village, Dedi sat with Ka beside a basin. A reed boat floated upright for once. Ka had weighted its bottom with a small piece of clay. "It has learned," he announced. "The boat or the builder?" Tia asked. "The river." She sat beneath the awning and opened her board. Beside Hori's name, she wrote 6 short strokes for 6 days of labor. Then she drew water beneath them. The marks were simple, but the memory behind them was not. A bruised leg, mud lifted in baskets, bread eaten on a canal bank, and Meret standing before a scribe until a promise was spoken clearly. Dedi watched her finish. Will the water remember those 6 days? No. Then perhaps the board should. Beyond the houses, the river moved northward in deepening silence. Along its banks, people repaired walls, cleared channels, raised jars, and studied old flood marks. The season of harvest had filled the stores, but another season was approaching, carrying renewal and uncertainty together in the same unseen current. The first unmistakable sign arrived at dawn. A branch floated past the landing. It was larger than any branch likely to have fallen nearby, stripped pale by water and tangled with reeds unfamiliar to Dedi. He watched it turn in the current, disappear behind a fishing boat, and emerge again farther north. "The river is carrying news," he said. By midday, the water had risen enough to cover a line of stones where children usually stood to wash their feet. The current pressed more strongly against moored boats. Fishermen tightened ropes and moved baskets from the lowest part of the bank. People came to look. There was no sudden wall of water, no single dramatic moment when one season became another. The Nile rose by degrees, entering familiar spaces quietly. A wet mark climbed a post. A narrow path disappeared beneath brown water. Reeds bent in a current that had not reached them the day before. Hori returned from his 6th day at the main canal after sunset. He was exhausted, but Mirette led him first to the storage room. Together they checked the raised clay stands beneath the grain jars and packed fresh mud around the base of the outer wall. Tia carried broken pottery pieces to reinforce the softest places. Ka brought handfuls of straw, much of which fell behind him in the lane. "More straw reaches the floor than the wall," Hori said. "The floor needs protection, too," Ka answered. The household worked by lamplight until Merritt was satisfied. Rain was uncommon, but dampness could enter from below as floodwater spread through the ground. Mud brick houses survived through constant care. Walls were patched, surfaces replastered, roofs renewed, and damaged bricks replaced. A home was not built once. It was rebuilt in small ways throughout every year. The next morning, Hori went to the western fields. The low basins were ready to receive water. Channels had been cleared, gates inspected, and boundaries strengthened. Farmers stood along the embankments with hoes and poles, watching the river creep into the lower cuts. When the first gate was opened, water entered slowly. It carried silt the color of dark clay. Small fish flashed in the shallow flow. Children followed at a distance, shouting whenever the current found a crack or lifted a trapped beetle from the mud. Hori walked beside the advancing edge. The field that had held barley only weeks before disappeared beneath a widening sheet of brown water. Cut stalks bent and vanished. Footprints softened. The marker placed where Panassi's goat had fed was loosened and carried several paces before lodging against a bank. Panassi lifted it out. "No account will find the patch now," he said. "The account does not need the field," Hori replied. By afternoon, water lay across the first basin. It reflected the sky in broken silver. Palms, workers, and distant walls appeared upside down upon its surface. Frogs entered almost at once, as though they had been waiting beneath the earth. Birds gathered along the edges to search for insects, and small creatures displaced by the flood. For the villagers, Akhet had begun. The inundation season changed the rhythm of agricultural work. Fields beneath water could not be planted or harvested. Some labor shifted toward the canal maintenance, estate service, building, fishing, craft production, transport, and work commissioned by temples or officials. Households repaired tools, spun linen, shaped bricks, and prepared for the season when the land would emerge again. The flood was both pause and preparation. Mirette welcomed the change in one way. Hori would no longer leave before dawn to tend growing grain. Yet labor demands did not disappear. An estate messenger arrived before the week ended with a list of men assigned to transport mud bricks for repairs at a nearby storehouse. Hori's name was included. "So the river rests, but we do not," Mirette said. "The river has never rested," he replied. Tia continued practicing signs. Mena's lessons came irregularly. Sometimes he stopped at the village for only a few moments. Sometimes weeks passed without him. He taught her short groups of signs, basic numbers, and the way certain words could be suggested by sound rather than by pictures alone. Progress was slow. She learned that signs could be read in more than one way. Some represented whole words. Some gave sounds. Others clarified meaning without being spoken. A written bird might name the bird, provide a sound, or signal that the word concerned a creature of the air. Writing opened by becoming more complicated. One evening, Menna wrote Hori's name on the pale board. Tia stared at it. The marks did not resemble her father. They did not show his scarred hands, his careful way of testing soil, or the slight stiffness in his walk after canal labor. Yet, when Menna spoke the sounds and pointed to each sign, the group became unmistakably his. Tia copied it. Then she wrote Merritt's name beneath it. Menna corrected 2 strokes. Ka pushed between them. "Now mine." "You must wait," Tia said. "I have waited since harvest." Menna asked the child to say his name slowly. Ka did so with exaggerated care, as if speaking to someone who had never heard a human voice. Menna chose signs that could represent the sounds. Ancient Egyptian names were written according to the conventions and scripts of their time, and their exact pronunciation is not always recoverable today. To Tia, however, the marks were immediate. They belonged to the boy beside her, impatient and dusty, holding a broken reed boat. She copied them. Ka took the board and ran to show Dedi. "Do not drop your name," Tia called. Dedi examined the signs. "Are you certain that says Ka?" "Yes. It looks like a fish basket. Everything looks like fishing to you, because fishing is useful." Ka touched the marks with one finger. "Will this still be me when I am old?" Dedi leaned back beneath the awning. "That depends upon whether you improve." Ka carried the board through the village, showing his name to anyone willing to stop. Most could not read it. Some admired the neat strokes. Others turned the board sideways and guessed that it recorded grain. By sunset, soot from several fingers had blurred one sign. Tia repaired it carefully. The river continued to rise. Water reached the higher basins and spread toward the village paths. Small boats replaced foot travel in places. Children paddled across shallow fields in reed craft, though adults warned them away from stronger currents. One afternoon, Merritt took Tia and Ka to visit relatives across the Nile. They boarded a wooden ferry with 2 women, a goat, several baskets, and a man carrying a sealed jar. The ferryman pushed away from the landing with a pole, then took up an oar. The village receded. From the water, the cultivated valley appeared wider and more fragile. Green palms and mud-brick settlements stood upon raised islands amid the flood. Beyond them, the desert rose dry and still on both sides, containing the river's world between long margins of stone and sand. Ka leaned over the side. Merritt seized the back of his linen. "Sit. I am watching fish. The fish can watch you from below." The ferry entered the main current. The force of the river became clearer there. Water pressed against the hull and carried the boat north while the ferryman angled toward the far landing. Floating reeds brushed past. A dead branch turned once beside them and vanished astern. Tia dipped her fingers briefly into the water. It was warmer than she expected and clouded with silt. The same water had passed lands far to the south, through cataracts, valleys, settlements, and marshes unknown to her. It carried no written account of its journey. Yet along every bank people read it. They read height, speed, color, debris, and timing. They read the promise of fertile mud and the warning of damaged walls. They read whether next year's fields might flourish or fail. The ferryman watched Tia's hand. "Do not trust a calm surface," he said. "The current below has its own road." She withdrew her fingers. The ferry reached the opposite bank as evening light spread across the flood. Merritt stepped ashore with Ka. Tia followed, carrying the pale board wrapped against spray. Behind them, the ferryman pushed away again. The river lifted the boat, turned its bow, and carried it briefly north before the oar corrected its path. Tia watched until it reached the deeper channel. Then she looked at the water covering the fields. Beneath that smooth brown surface lay erased paths, softened boundaries, cut stalks, old footprints, and the buried marker of a goat's hunger. The flood concealed them all without denying that they had existed. Tia held the board closer. She was beginning to see that the Nile and writing possessed opposite powers. The river covered, shifted, and renewed. Writing fixed, counted, and remembered. Life along the banks depended upon both, and wisdom might lie in knowing when a mark should remain and when, like a field beneath floodwater, it should be allowed to disappear. Miret's relatives lived in a village built upon higher ground near the eastern bank. Their houses stood close together behind a low wall, with narrow lanes descending toward the temporary landing. During the dry season, carts and donkeys used those paths. Now water covered their lower ends, and small boats waited where dust had once gathered. Miret's elder sister, Isette, greeted them in a shaded courtyard. She was broader than Miret, and spoke with the cheerful authority of someone accustomed to directing a large household. 3 daughters, 2 sons, a daughter-in-law, and several grandchildren moved through the rooms behind her. A baby slept in a sling hung from a roof beam, rocking whenever anyone brushed past. "You crossed with the river this high?" Isette asked. "The ferryman crossed," Miret replied. "We only remained inside the boat." Ka immediately began describing the current, the branches, and the fish that had almost certainly been watching him from below. Isette gave him a honeyed cake no larger than his palm. He forgot the river. The visit had several purposes. Miret had brought spun thread and a small measure of barley. In return, Isette would give her sesame oil, dried dates, and 2 new pottery bowls made by her husband's cousin. Such exchanges linked families across settlements, especially when local harvests and household needs differed. There was also news to share. Isette's eldest daughter was expecting a child before the next planting season. A cousin had joined a work crew attached to a temple estate. One of the village wells had collapsed and been rebuilt. A boatman from the north had carried word of unusually high water near Memphis, though no one knew whether the report was exact or improved by repetition. Tia sat beside the women while they sorted thread. Their conversation moved through births, marriages, illnesses, work, and old disagreements whose beginnings had become difficult to remember. Names traveled across generations. One child resembled a dead grandfather. Another had been given the name of an aunt who lived far south. When Tia showed Isette the pale board, her aunt turned it carefully. "This says Miret?" "Yes." Isette looked at her sister, then back at the signs. "It is too neat." Miret laughed. Tia wrote Isette's name beneath it with Mena's help remembered in each stroke. The final sign leaned, but her aunt accepted it with satisfaction. "Now write that I gave you good oil," Isette said. "First we must see whether it is good," Miret replied. The exchange took place near sunset. Isette poured oil into Miret's jar through a small funnel made from folded leaves. The liquid was golden brown and carried a nutty scent. Miret watched the level rise, then sealed the neck with cloth and clay. The household ate together on the roof. There was bread, roasted fish, cucumbers, lentils, dates, and beer, stronger than Miret usually served. Children sat in clusters according to age until disputes rearranged them. The baby woke and was passed from arm to arm. Across the floodplain, water reflected the red evening sky. Villages appeared as islands. Smoke rose from their roofs in narrow columns. Boats moved between them, dark against the brightness, while the desert beyond remained dry and pale. Isette pointed toward a distant line of palms. "The water reached those trunks yesterday." Miret studied them. "If it rises another hand, your lower storehouse will be damp." We moved the grain. "And the jars?" "Most of them." Miret's expression was enough. Isette sighed. "Tomorrow." At dawn, the sisters moved the remaining jars. Tia and the older children helped carry them from the lower room to a raised platform in the courtyard. Some held lentils, others salt, dried fish, or tools. One contained old linen, household charms, and papers belonging to Isette's husband's cousin, who had once served as a porter for an official. The sealed jar was heavier than it appeared. "What is inside?" Tia asked. "Old accounts," Iset said. "Nothing worth the space." "Then why keep them?" "Because he said they mattered." They removed the clay stopper. Inside lay rolled pieces of papyrus, broken wooden labels, and pottery shards covered with writing. The papyrus smelled dry and dusty. Its outer edges had cracked where they touched the jar. Tia stared. She had seen official documents from a distance, but never so many abandoned together. The marks were hurried and dense, written by different hands. Iset lifted one roll. "Can you read this?" Tia recognized numbers and a few words, but the rest was beyond her. "No." "Then it continues to matter only to the dead." Merritt stopped her from throwing it away. "Keep the jar sealed," she said. "Someone may read it later." Tia thought of Deddy's board. The cousins' accounts might record deliveries, travel days, rations, or goods carried for an official. They might contain errors no one remembered, names of people no one spoke, and numbers whose grain had long been eaten. Yet the jar had preserved them through floods and seasons, because one man had said they mattered. Before resealing it, Tia copied a single clear line onto her practice board. It named 12 jars of oil received at a landing farther north. 12 jars. Perhaps they had smelled like the oil Mirette now carried. Perhaps porters had lifted them from a boat, complained of their weight, and watched a scribe make the same compact signs. The written line said none of that. By midday, the Nile had risen again. Water entered the lowest lane and curled around doorsteps. Children splashed through it until adults sent them away. Men placed mud brick barriers across 2 entrances and moved a tethered donkey to higher ground. The ferry could no longer reach the usual landing. When Mirette, Tia, and Ka prepared to leave, they boarded from a roof-level platform beside a storage wall. Iset passed the oil jar down carefully. The pottery bowls were wrapped in straw. Dates and thread were tied inside a basket. "Come again when the paths return," Iset called. Ka waved until the boat drifted beyond the houses. The crossing was slower than before. The current had strengthened, carrying mats of reeds and branches northward. The ferryman kept the bow angled south so the river would not push them beyond their own village. His arms tightened with each stroke. Halfway across, they heard shouting. A small reed boat had broken loose from a mooring near the eastern bank. 2 boys clung to it, while an older child paddled with one hand. The current pulled them toward the deeper channel. The ferryman turned at once. There was no panic in his movements. He called for Mirette and Tia to remain low, and guided his boat across the current rather than directly against it. The boys' craft spun once. One began to cry. The ferry drew alongside. Mirette seized the nearest child by the arm. Tia caught the edge of the reed boat, while the ferryman pulled the others aboard. Their craft, suddenly empty, overturned and drifted away. The rescued boys were wet, frightened and silent. They belonged to Iset's village. The ferryman returned them to a higher landing, where relatives came running through the shallow water. No one spoke of punishment until all 3 stood safely on the bank. Then several adults spoke at once. The ferry turned west again. Ka sat very still beside Merritt. The river looked calm, he whispered. Tia remembered the ferryman's warning. The current below had another road. The man glanced at her and nodded. By the time they reached their own village, the sun was low. Hori waited at the landing, having heard that the ferry had turned back. He lifted Ka first, then the jars and baskets. Merritt told him what had happened as they climbed toward the houses. That night, Tia opened her board. Beneath the copied line about 12 jars of oil, she drew 3 small strokes for 3 children. Beside them, she placed water and a boat. The account was simple. It did not show fear, the ferryman's straining arms, Mirrette's grip, or the empty reed craft turning in the current. Still, she kept the marks. Outside, the flood touched the village's lowest wall and paused there beneath the moon. Boats creaked at their ropes. The buried fields lay invisible below the water, while families on both banks moved grain, jars, children, and memories to higher ground. The flood stopped rising 2 days later. No proclamation marked the moment. The river simply held its height through one dawn, then another. Wet stains on walls remained unchanged. The current still moved strongly, and water still covered the lower fields, but the anxious measuring of posts and doorsteps began to ease. Villagers said the Nile had reached its decision. Hori did not trust the decision at once. He checked the western wall every morning and walked the raised paths where water pressed against the banks. A breach could still occur even after the river ceased climbing. Saturated earth softened from within, and a wall that appeared firm might suddenly fold beneath its own weight. Near the southern lane, one such section began to sag. Panesi noticed the crack first. He called Hori, and within moments several households arrived carrying baskets, reeds, broken bricks, and hose. Water seeped through in thin threads, darkening the dry side of the bank. The villagers worked quickly but without confusion. Children carried straw. Women filled baskets with earth from a higher patch. Men pressed reed bundles into the weakening wall and packed mud around them. Dedi directed from a stool, pointing with his walking stick whenever someone placed material where the current would pull it free. "Not across the water," he called. "With it." Ka carried mud in both hands until Meret gave him a smaller basket. Tia worked beside Panesi's eldest son, passing broken brick fragments into the crack. The water was cool around their ankles. Each time they stepped back, mud tried to keep their feet. By midday, the seepage had slowed. The repaired section bulged unevenly, more patch than wall, but it held. Families remained nearby through the afternoon, watching for fresh cracks. No overseer counted their baskets. No scribe recorded the hours. The wall protected several houses, a goat enclosure, Dedi's doorway, and the lane leading to the landing. Everyone understood the value of the work without needing it measured. Mena arrived near sunset. He had come by boat to inspect ceilings at a small estate storehouse cut off by the flood. Finding half the village beside the repaired bank, he stepped ashore and examined the wet earth. "Was this ordered?" he asked. Hori looked at him. "By the river." Mena glanced at the mud covering Tia's arms. "Then its accounts are demanding." "They are clear," she said. He almost smiled. While the adults watched the wall, Mena sat with Tia on a dry ledge beside Dedi's house. She showed him the line copied from Iset's jar, the 12 containers of oil, and the 3 strokes representing the rescued children. "This is not a proper account," he said, pointing to the boat. "I know. You say that often." "Because you say it often." Dedi, listening from his stool, gave a soft laugh. Mena studied the marks longer than usual. An official record would name the boatman, he said. It might record a payment for rescue, damage to property, or loss of the reed craft. No one paid him. Then perhaps it would record nothing. He saved them. Yes. Taya waited. Mena turned the board sideways, then back again. What was his name? She did not know. The omission troubled her more than she expected. She had written water, boat, and 3 children, yet the ferryman whose skill had brought them safely across remained absent. Meret knew him only as a man from the eastern bank. Hori thought his name might be Beck, but he was uncertain. Iset would know. Tia added no mark. For the first time, she understood that writing too soon could preserve an emptiness as easily as a fact. The following morning, a boat traveled east with bundles of repaired rope. Tia gave the boatman a spoken message for Iset, asking the ferryman's name. The answer returned 2 days later. He was called Passer. Tia wrote the sounds as Mena had shown her, then added the name beside the boat. The signs were imperfect, but the blank place had been filled. The flood began to fall soon afterward. At first, the change was visible only upon the posts near the landing. A dark, wet line appeared above the water. Then stones re-emerged along the lowest paths. Mud banks widened. Stranded reeds lay tangled wherever the current had placed them. The returning land did not look as it had before. Silt covered boundaries. Channels had shifted slightly. Fish moved in shrinking pools, and frogs filled the night with calls. Objects lost during the rise appeared far from their owners. A sandal near Panesi's wall, a broken basket in Hori's field, part of Ka's reed boat lodged in a tamarisk. Ka claimed it had sailed farther than the temple vessel. "No one saw it," Tia said. "That proves it went far." As the water withdrew, villagers entered the fields carefully. Mud reached nearly to the knee in lower places. Hori tested the ground with a pole before each step. The old marker between his plot and Panesi's had vanished completely. They stood together where they believed the boundary had been. "The tamarisk is still there," Panesi said. "The channel bent west, or the tree leans east." Hori looked at the broad, smooth field. For generations, floods had erased and renewed such lines. Boundaries were restored through markers, memory, witness, and sometimes official measurement. The river returned fertile soil, but asked people to decide again where one household ended and another began. This time, Hori and Panesi did not call Nebamun. They asked 3 elders to walk the ground with them. Dedi came in a small chair carried by 2 young men, protesting that he could walk while making no attempt to do so. Miret remembered where the cut stalks had stood before the flood. Panesi's sister recalled a shallow curve in the channel. Tia remembered the position of the goat marker, though it had disappeared early in the inundation. Together they chose a line. It gave neither household exactly what it had claimed, but both accepted it. Reed stakes were driven into the mud. A low ridge would be built when the ground dried. Dedi lifted his stick. Now write that the goat owns nothing. Tia had brought her board. She recorded the names of Hori and Panesi, then a few signs for field and agreement. Menna had not taught her the proper formula, so she wrote only what she knew. The elders watched. None could read the line, but each placed a thumb against the edge of the board, leaving a faint, muddy print. The marks were not formal seals. They held no authority beyond those present. Yet Tia did not wipe them away. When Menna next visited, she showed him the record. He read the names, examined the uncertain field signs, and noticed the fingerprints. "This would not stand before an estate court," he said. "It stands in the field, until someone disagrees. Then the elders remember. And when the elders are gone?" Tia looked toward Dedi, who sat beneath his awning correcting Ka's knots. "Then perhaps the board helps." Menna did not dismiss it. He took out his brush and added a short phrase beneath her line. It stated that the boundary had been agreed after the inundation in the presence of witnesses. Tia copied the phrase onto the pale board. The floodplain dried slowly. Pools shrank, leaving cracked mud along their edges. Families gathered stranded fish with baskets. Birds crowded the shallows. Children collected driftwood, rope, pottery, and anything else the river had returned. Soon the ground would be ready for channels to open and seed to fall again. One evening, Tia stood in Hori's field beside the new boundary stakes. The western sky was red, and the last floodwater reflected it in narrow pools. Behind her, the village walls bore fresh patches where mud had dried over old cracks. She thought of all the lines the season had altered. Watermarks climbed and stopped. Field borders vanished and were chosen anew. Accounts carried wrong villages and later received red corrections. Names entered boards. Boats crossed currents hidden beneath calm surfaces. Nothing beside the Nile remained fixed, merely because someone wished it to. Yet people continued to mark, mend, remember, and begin again. From the village, Mirette called her home before darkness. Tia turned from the field. In her hands, the board carried a ferryman's name, an agreed boundary, and 5 muddy fingerprints. Behind her, the Nile moved within its banks once more, leaving the black land open beneath the evening sky. The first seed entered the renewed earth beneath a cool morning sky. Hori stood at the edge of the field, holding a woven basket against his hip. The mud had dried enough to bear his weight, though the lower places still yielded softly beneath his feet. Paneasi guided the borrowed cattle ahead, and the wooden plow opened shallow lines through the dark silt. Behind them, Tia scattered barley. She had done this before, but the field felt different now. Beneath its surface lay the traces of last season's crop, the wandering goat, the flood that had erased their boundary, and the new agreement marked by reeds and muddy fingerprints. The soil carried every event without displaying any of them. Ka followed at a distance with a clapper. No birds had yet gathered, but he struck the wood together from time to time so they would understand his intentions. Mirette walked along the edge of the plot, checking the seed basket. "Not too thick," she called. Tia adjusted her hand. The grain fell in a steady arc. Some kernels vanished at once into the furrow. Others rested upon the surface until cattle hooves or later work would press them into the earth. Sowing was an act of confidence. Each seed taken from the household jars was food that would not be eaten. It was placed instead into mud, entrusted to water, weather, labor, and time. Families had to preserve enough for planting even during lean months, because an empty seed basket threatened more than one meal. Hori watched the level fall. Last year's harvest had been sufficient, but not generous. The temple loaves, estate deductions, family needs, and exchanges at the landing had all taken their share. What remained for planting had been measured carefully. Mirette had counted each basket twice. By midday, half the field was sown. The family rested beneath the tamarisk. Bread, onions, and beer were passed around. Ka discovered a beetle pushing through the loose soil and followed it until Paneasi asked whether the insect had agreed to help with the plowing. "It is inspecting," Ka said, "for Nebamun." Ka looked alarmed and moved the beetle behind a stone. The mention of the scribe no longer silenced the adults as it once had. Nebamun's authority remained, but the village had learned where accounts could bend and where they could be met with memory, witness, or quiet exchange. Mena visited less often now. He had been assigned more work at the estate granary, where new records were being prepared for the growing season. When he did come, he appeared more tired. His fingers were stained with ink, and his shoulders carried the stiffness of someone who spent long hours bent over boards. One evening he arrived after sunset. Tia was on the roof winding spun flax into a ball. Below, Mirette shaped bread while Hori repaired a basket rim. Mena stood in the courtyard holding a narrow wooden case. "This belongs to you," he said. He placed it beside Tia's practice board. The case contained 2 reed brushes, a small cake of black pigment, and another of red. Neither brush was new, but both were finer than the split reed she had used for months. Tia touched the red pigment. "What must I copy?" "Nothing tonight." "Then why bring these?" Mena sat near the wall. "Nebamun is leaving." Hori looked up. "Where?" "To an estate farther north. Another scribe will take his accounts." No one expressed regret. Mina continued. "The new official may keep different assistants. I may go with Nebamun, or I may remain. I do not yet know." The possibility opened a silence. Tia had imagined Mena as part of the riverbank itself, arriving with boats, boards, orders, and corrections. She had not considered that a scribe could be moved like grain from one storehouse to another. "How far north?" she asked. "Several days by boat." "Will you return?" "Perhaps." The word offered little. Menna opened Tia's pale board and examined the latest lines. She had practiced the names of Hori, Meret, Ka, Dedi, Panehasi, and Passer the ferryman. She had copied the boundary phrase many times until the signs stood evenly. "You press less heavily," he said. "You told me not to. You listen slowly, but eventually." Dedi entered the courtyard leaning upon his stick. "I taught her that. You taught her to draw nets, which are more useful than numbers." Menna smiled. They sat together while the evening cooled. The conversation wandered from the new sewing to the river roads north. Menna had traveled farther than anyone in Hori's household. He described towns where stone temples rose above crowded quays, workshops where scribes prepared papyrus, and granaries large enough to swallow the harvest of several villages. He did not make those places sound wondrous. They were louder, more crowded, and governed by more accounts. A person could disappear among porters, boatmen, officials, craftsmen, servants, and animals without anyone learning his name. In a village, Menna said, a wrong measure has a face. And in a city, Tia asked, it becomes a total. He looked at the red pigment in the case. Corrections are harder when no one remembers the field. Before leaving, Menna wrote a short sentence on a clean shard. He read it aloud once, then gave it to Tia. It said that writing should serve memory, not replace it. The phrase was not a formal teaching from a scribal school. Menna may have shaped it himself from the disputes, shortages, names, and corrections they had witnessed together. Tia copied it onto her board. The first attempt crowded the final signs. The second left too much space. The third settled into a balanced line. Menna watched without interruption. Then he rose. At the doorway, Ka stopped him. "You still have not taught her everything." "No one teaches everything. Then stay until she knows enough." Menna looked toward Tia. "She knows enough to continue." He left for the landing beneath a moon bright enough to silver the lane. 2 mornings later, Nebamoon's boat departed north. Its sail rose beyond the reeds. Menna stood near the stern beside several wooden cases and rolls of papyrus. Whether he was leaving permanently, even he did not seem to know. Tia watched from the bank with Dedi. The boat entered the main current and began to diminish. "Right that he went north," Dedi said. "He may return." North remains north even when someone comes back. Tia opened her board. She wrote Menna's name, then the sign for north, and beneath it the date according to the season as best she understood it. Her strokes were careful. The red pigment marked one small correction where she had reversed a sign. By the time she finished, the sail had vanished. Life did not pause for uncertainty. The fields still required sowing. Linen had to be spun. Bread had to be baked. A roof corner had softened during the flood and needed new bricks. Ka's reed boats continued to fail in ways he blamed upon the river. Yet Menna's absence changed the practice board. Tia could no longer wait for him to tell her whether each mark was correct. She compared new signs with old ones, asked questions of any passing scribe willing to answer, and copied labels from jars at the market. Sometimes she guessed wrongly. Then she scraped the board and began again. At the end of the sowing week, the family stood together in the completed field. Seed lay beneath the dark surface. The boundary reeds were firm. Water waited in the channel, ready to be guided across the plot when needed. Hori pressed the last cut closed with his foot. "Now we wait," he said. Meret shook her head. "Now we work while waiting." They walked home beneath a sky filled with migrating birds. Tia carried the wooden case against her side. Inside were black ink for what should remain and red ink for what must be changed. Ahead, smoke rose from the village ovens. Behind, the sown earth stretched toward the river, holding unseen grain in its quiet darkness. The season had begun again, but not exactly as before. Nothing ever did. The first shoots appeared after several quiet days. They rose so finely from the dark soil that morning mist nearly concealed them. Hori noticed the change before anyone else. He returned to the house with mud upon his ankles and called Merit from the grinding stone. The field has awakened. Ka ran ahead of them along the path, striking his clapper at birds that had not yet arrived. Tia followed with the pale board wrapped beneath her arm, though she did not know what she intended to write. Across the plot, thin green blades broke the black surface. Some stood in straight lines where the plow had passed evenly. Others gathered in small clusters where Tia's scattering hand had lingered. A few bare places showed where seed had washed aside or failed to settle. Merit examined these gaps. "We will fill them," she said. Hori nodded. The family did not celebrate loudly. The first growth was promising, but fragile. Birds could strip a patch. Water could drown it. Dry soil could harden around shallow roots. The green field contained hope, not certainty. Still, Ka crouched beside one blade and whispered to it. "What did you say?" Tia asked. "That it must grow tall?" Perhaps all the others did not hear. He began moving from shoot to shoot until Merit sent him to the path. The season of emergence returned the village to familiar labor. Channels opened and closed according to the thirst of each field. Children chased birds. Weeds appeared. Cattle were kept behind stronger fences, particularly Panehsi's goat, which had acquired a reputation larger than its appetite. Tia's days divided themselves between household work, fields, and writing. Without Menna, every sign became a question. She copied from labels painted upon jars and from old fragments gathered near the estate landing. Some signs belonged to formal words she did not understand. Others were names, quantities, dates, or brief commands. She learned to recognize the difference between careful writing and hurried marks made by assistants counting under a hot sun. Dedi helped by bringing anything that bore ink. A fish jar arrived with 2 faded signs upon its side. A broken bowl carried a single number. A pottery fragment found beside the southern marsh contained part of a message whose meaning none of them could guess. Tia arranged the fragments upon the courtyard floor. Ka sorted them according to whether they resembled boats, birds, or fish. His method was useless but persistent. One afternoon, a new estate scribe came to the village. His name was Kay. He was younger than Nebamun and older than Menna, with narrow eyes and a voice that rarely rose. He arrived with 2 assistants to review seed allocations and canal labor owed by each household. Villagers watched him cautiously. A new official meant new habits, new expectations, and the possibility that old agreements would be ignored. Kay brought Nebamun's boards in a wooden case, along with fresh accounts prepared in a hand unfamiliar to Tia. Hori was called to the landing. Kay read aloud the household's recorded harvest, temple contribution, canal service, and seed allocation. The figures were mostly correct. Menna's red correction remained beside the misplaced labor days. Tia stood behind Merit. The correction looked smaller than she remembered. Kay paused over it. "Who made this?" "Menna," one assistant said. Kay read the original line and the revised one. "Was it witnessed?" Hori answered, "The whole work crew knew where I labored." "That is not what I asked." Merit stepped forward. "I witnessed him leave before dawn and return with mud to his waist." Kay regarded her. "That records mud, not location. It records the man." A few villagers shifted, but no one laughed. Kay looked again at the board. Then he accepted the correction. No grain was demanded. No labor was restored to debt. The red mark passed into the new account. Tia released a breath she had not known she was holding. When the official business ended, Kay noticed the pale practice board beneath her arm. "Whose is that?" "Mine." He held out his hand. Tia hesitated, then gave it to him. He examined her names, numbers, the phrase about memory, and the record of the boundary agreed after the flood. His expression revealed little. Who taught you? Mena showed me some signs. Some? Not enough. Kay turned to Hori. Why is she not carrying water? She does. And grinding grain? She does that too. The scribe returned the board. Writing poorly is another kind of ignorance, he said. Tia felt heat rise into her face. Dedi, sitting nearby, lifted his walking stick. Then she has something in common with many scribes. Merritt coughed to hide a smile. Kay looked at the old fisherman, then back at Tia. Bring the board to the estate office tomorrow after midday. For what? To discover how poorly you write. He turned away before she could answer. The invitation unsettled the household. Hori did not trust gifts from officials. Merritt wondered what labor might be expected in return. Tia feared that Kay intended only to ridicule her signs and scrape them away. Dedi dismissed these concerns. If he wished to mock you, he had an audience today. That does not mean he will teach me, Tia said. No, it means you must go and learn why he called. The next afternoon, Tia walked to the estate office. The building stood beside the granary within a walled enclosure. Its rooms were cooler than the courtyard, their walls thick and their windows small. Shelves held boards, sealed jars, rolls of papyrus, clay tags, and baskets filled with broken pottery used for notes. Kay sat at a low table. He gave Tia a reed brush and pointed to an empty shard. Write 10 measures of barley received. She wrote the number, the grain sign, and the word Mena had shown her for receipt. Kay examined the line. The order is wrong. He scraped it away. Again. Tia wrote the signs in a different order. The barley is badly formed. He erased it. Again. The third attempt survived. Kay placed another shard before her. 20 jars of oil issued. She knew 20. She knew oil from labels at the landing. The word for issued escaped her. I do not know the last sign. Good. Tia looked up. A scribe who admits ignorance may still learn. One who hides it ruins accounts. He wrote the word slowly and made her copy it 6 times. For the next hour, he tested numbers, names, grain, jars, labor days, and simple phrases. He praised nothing. He corrected everything. Yet each correction came with an explanation. When Tia pressed too hard, he replaced her brush with a finer one. When she crowded signs, he drew faint guidelines across the shard. When she confused a sound sign with a whole word, he made her read both aloud until the difference became clear. At last, the sunlight moved from the window opening. You may come every 5th day, Kay said. After your household work. Tia stared at him. What do I owe? Clean shards, trimmed brushes, silence when I am counting, and labor. You will sort old labels and copy useful accounts. It was labor, but not hidden labor. Tia nodded. On the walk home, the river shone through the palms. Her hands smelled of soot, reed, and dusty pottery. She carried 6 corrected shards in a basket, and one unbroken line that said 20 jars of oil issued. Merritt was waiting in the courtyard. Well, he writes differently from Mena. That is not what I asked. Tia placed the surviving shard before her. He will teach me every 5th day. Hori looked up from mending a rope. Why? Tia remembered Kay's narrow eyes, his scraped corrections, and the moment he had called admitted ignorance good. Perhaps he dislikes poor writing. Dedi leaned through the doorway. Then he has chosen a lifetime of work. That evening, Tia copied the new phrase onto her pale board. Beneath it, she wrote Kai's name. Outside, the young barley moved in the night breeze. The field had awakened, and another small beginning had opened beside it, as uncertain and easily damaged as the first green shoot rising from the black land. Every 5th day acquired a new shape. Tia still woke before sunrise, ground grain, carried water, swept the courtyard, and helped Merritt with flax, bread, and the countless small tasks that waited without regard for lessons. Only after the household work was complete did she wash the flour from her hands, wrap the pale board in linen, and walk north toward the estate office. Kay never greeted her warmly. He usually pointed to a basket of pottery shards and gave an instruction before she had fully entered. Sort the dates from the quantities. Copy the names without copying the errors. Find 3 accounts that do not balance. The room smelled of dust, pigment, old papyrus, and grain drifting from the nearby stores. Light entered through a high opening and moved slowly across the wall as the afternoon passed. Outside, porters called to one another in the courtyard. Inside, brushes whispered over wood and pottery. Tia learned first through repetition. 10 jars received, 20 loaves issued, 6 laborers absent, 3 baskets damaged. She wrote the phrases until the signs no longer seemed like separate pictures, but parts of a flowing order. Kay corrected her spacing, her brush angle, and the careless way she shortened certain strokes when tired. "A hurried mark creates slow trouble," he said. "So does a slow scribe," Tia replied before she could stop herself. Kay looked at her. Then he handed her another shard. "Write that." She did not know whether he was amused. He also taught her to add and subtract larger quantities by grouping signs, to compare one record with another, and to notice when a total had been copied incorrectly. Numbers possessed patterns that could expose mistakes even when the original sacks, jars, or workers were no longer present. One afternoon, Tia found that an oil account listed 30 jars received, but only 29 distributed or stored. "There is one missing," she said. Kay did not look up. "Where?" "I do not know." "Then you have found a question, not a jar." They searched the labels. One broken tag had been placed in the wrong basket. Its writing was faint, but it recorded a jar sent to the estate kitchen. Tia added the amount. The account balanced. "The jar was never missing," she said. "No, only its memory." She thought of Passer the ferryman, absent from her first record of the rescued children. A person could disappear from an account as easily as a jar, not because the event had not happened, but because the mark had been misplaced or never made. At home, her lessons changed the way she saw ordinary objects. A sealed grain jar became stored quantity. A basket of onions became an exchange not yet recorded. Hori's repaired hoe handle became payment without a measure. Deddy's unfinished net became work whose value depended upon the eye of an overseer. Merritt noticed. "You are counting lentils," she said one evening. "I am dividing them equally." They were already equal. Tia looked at Ka's fuller bowl. Nearly equal. He carried fuel. I carried water. "And I cooked them," Merritt said. "Should my bowl be the largest?" Tia lowered her spoon. Numbers could clarify, but they could also disturb arrangements governed by need, age, affection, and custom. The household did not divide every meal by weight. Ka received more when he had worked hard. Deddy received broth when ill. A guest might be served before a child. Fairness did not always resemble equality upon a balance. The barley fields rose higher. Their green deepened, and irrigation water moved through channels reflecting the clear winter sky. The days were pleasant enough for long work before the heat returned. Geese fed in the marshes, and fishermen repaired boats along exposed banks. Deddy began taking short journeys again. He no longer trusted himself alone in the southern channels, so Panehsi's son accompanied him. Their first catch was small, but Deddy returned with the expression of a man who had recovered a lost room in his own house. He gave Ka a fish no longer than a finger. "Do not claim you caught it," he said. "I will say I advised you." Tia added the journey to Deddy's strange record. His name, the southern marsh, a boat, and 2 fish. The marks could not show the trembling in his legs when he stepped ashore, or the way he touched the river bank before walking home. Still, Deddy approved the fish signs. "The net remains poor," he said. Kay eventually saw the record. He had asked Tia to bring examples of her writing from home. She showed him the boundary agreement, Hori's 6 Labor Days, Mena's Journey North, Passer's Rescue, and Dedi's life assembled from names and images. Kay read each line carefully. "This is not an account," he said of Dedi's board. "I know. It is not a letter. I know. It is not a prayer, a legal statement, or a list. I know." "Then what is it?" Tia looked through the office doorway toward the river. "Something I do not know how to write yet." Kay rested the board upon the table. Good. It was the second time he had praised ignorance. He explained that scribes copied many kinds of texts beyond accounts: hymns, instructions, letters, stories, medical preparations, legal complaints, and records of events. Most followed forms established long before any living writer held a brush. A student learned by copying trusted examples until their language entered memory. "But who wrote the first example?" Tia asked. "Someone whose teacher disapproved." Kay opened a wooden chest. Inside lay several old compositions copied by students, their surfaces worn by handling. He selected a damaged board containing part of a teaching about careful speech and honest service. Tia read only a few signs. Kai spoke the passage aloud, not as a grand performance, but slowly enough for her to follow the structure. The words advised a young official to listen to those of low rank as well as those of high position, because truth was not confined to the powerful. Did officials obey this? Tia asked. Kay's mouth tightened. A teaching exists because people require reminding. He allowed her to copy one sentence. The work took most of the afternoon. The language was more formal than any grain account. Signs carried sounds and meanings she had never used. Her first version wandered downward. Her second omitted a word. The third stood unevenly but complete. On her walk home, she repeated the sentence silently. Listen, even to the one who possesses little. At the landing, a dispute was underway. A boatman had delivered 4 jars of fish oil, but the receiving assistant claimed one seal was broken and refused payment for that jar. The boatman insisted the stopper had cracked during unloading. The jar stood between them. Its contents were intact. The broken clay seal lay beside it. The assistant pointed to the mark upon his board. Damaged. The seal is damaged, the boatman said, not the oil. The account does not separate them. Tia stopped. She could see how the line would remain. 3 jars accepted, 1 rejected. It would not record the smell of oil escaping from no crack, the intact stopper, or the assistant's impatience to finish before sunset. Kay approached behind her. He examined the jar, the broken seal, and the account. Then he asked the porter who had carried it ashore what had happened. The porter admitted that the jar had struck the side of the boat while being lifted. The clay ceiling broke after arrival. Kay took the assistant's brush. He corrected the line. 4 jars received. 1 seal damaged during unloading. The boatman was paid. As they walked toward the village path, Tia looked at Kai. You listened to the porter. He possessed the missing part of the account. He possesses little. Kay glanced at the practice sentence beneath her arm. Then, perhaps the old teacher was not entirely wasting ink. Evening settled over the Nile. At home, Merritt served bread, lentils, and cucumbers in bowls divided according to hunger rather than measure. Hori described a weak channel bank. Ka claimed he had advised Dedi on fish. Dedi denied everything from the doorway. Tia listened before speaking. Later, she copied the account of the 4 oil jars onto her board. Beside it, she placed the old teaching from Ko's chest. Outside, frogs called from the channels, and the barley moved softly beneath the stars. The village held no grand library, yet its lives were filled with things worth remembering. A porter's witness, a corrected seal, a fairer measure, and the quiet wisdom of hearing someone whom an official might otherwise overlook. The barley ripened beneath a sky washed white by returning heat. Day by day, the green faded from the fields. The stalks stiffened, the heads grew heavy, and the wind changed their whisper into a drier sound. Hori crushed kernels between his fingers each morning, judging what the eyes alone could not tell. Soon, he said again. The word carried the memory of the previous harvest, yet this year it did not feel quite the same. The household jars were lower, but not hollow. The western bank had held. Panesi's goat remained behind a fence repaired with unusual care. Hori's canal labor had been entered beneath the correct village, and Tia could now read the line herself. At the estate office, Kay gave her fewer copying exercises and more damaged accounts. She learned to compare deliveries made on different days, to match seal impressions with labels, and to follow a quantity of grain from field to storehouse and from storehouse to ration. Some errors were simple: reversed numbers, repeated names, a jar entered twice. Others were harder, hidden behind words that appeared neat and certain. One afternoon, Kay placed Nebamoon's old harvest board before her. The account contained the estimated loss from Panesi's goat. Tia recognized it at once. The figure remained unchanged, though the grain had grown back, the field had yielded well, and the obligation had been satisfied through a basket that was later quietly returned. What should happen to this line? Kay asked. It is wrong. It was correct when written. It was only an estimate. Then write what followed. Tia dipped the fine brush into red pigment. For a moment, she remembered Menna's hesitation in the field, the rope stretched around the damaged shoots, and Panesi carrying grain before the watching village. She added a correction stating that the crop had recovered before harvest, and no lasting loss remained. The red signs were small. They did not erase the old account. They stood beside it, allowing both the first judgment and the later truth to remain visible. Kay examined her work. Now the board remembers change, he said. Tia thought of the Nile. The river left marks upon walls, then withdrew. It erased boundaries, then returned the land for people to divide anew. Perhaps an honest account should sometimes resemble a riverbank, carrying more than one level upon its surface. When she returned home, Menna was waiting beneath Dedi's awning. He had come north with a cargo boat and stopped only for the evening. His linen was travel-stained, and his writing case bore a fresh crack near the hinge. Ka, taller now than when Menna had first written his name, was showing him a reed boat that finally remained upright. The river learned, Ka explained. So I was told. Tia stood in the lane holding the pale board. Menna looked at the wooden case he had once given her, then at the signs covering its surface. You continued. You said I knew enough. I was mistaken. Her face fell. You knew enough to begin, he added. Dedi gave an impatient tap of his stick. Scribes enjoy dividing one sentence into two, so the listener must suffer between them. That evening they ate together in Meret's courtyard. There was fish from the southern marsh, bread from the household grain, onions from Panesi, and beer brewed by Henut. Menna described the northern estate where he now worked. Its granaries were larger, its quay more crowded, and its officials more distant from the fields whose harvests they counted. Do they correct accounts? Tia asked, when someone finds the truth beneath them. And if no one does? Menna looked into his cup. Then the wrong number may live longer than the person it harmed. After the meal, Tia showed him Dedi's record. The old fisherman's name stood beside water, fish, the southern marsh, a net redrawn many times, and the repeated journey south. Menna read the additions made during his absence. You have not written that he complains, he said. There is not enough wood. Dedi nodded approvingly. Then Tia showed Menna the phrase he had given her before leaving. Writing should serve memory, not replace it. The signs were now steadier than his original version upon the shard. Do you still believe it? she asked. More than before. He left at dawn. This time, Tia did not watch until the sail vanished. She had water to carry and barley to inspect. Journeys north and south no longer seemed like endings. The river joined places even while carrying people away from one another. Harvest began 2 days later. Once again, sickles whispered through the dry stalks. Once again, dust settled upon skin and linen. Tia worked beside Merritt, gathering and binding, while Ka collected fallen heads without turning more than a few into boats. Dedi watched from the shade. He no longer pretended that he could work a full day, but he repaired broken cords, judged the weather, and told anyone willing to listen that the wind had been more reliable in his youth. At the threshing floor, grain rose into the air. The north wind took the chaff. Kernels fell back to earth. Animals circled. Children carried baskets. Bread and beer passed from hand to hand beneath the tamarisk. Kay came to record the harvest. He allowed Tia to sit beside the weighing table. When the first sack settled upon the balance, the beam dipped slightly below the mark. 29, called the weigher. The overseer leaned closer. No fingers touched the beam. 29, he agreed. Tia wrote the amount. The signs were clean and light. Behind the number stood Hori's hands pressing mud into a bank, Merritt measuring seed, Ka chasing birds, Panesi repairing a fence, and the dark field receiving grain beneath the winter sky. The account could not contain all of that, but Tia remembered it while the brush moved. By sunset, the household share had been measured. The labor credits were correct. The seed deduction was fair. No old claim remained from the goat's brief feast. Hori carried the first basket home himself. Grain poured into the storage jar with a deep, abundant sound. Merritt listened until the final kernels settled. "It will be enough," she said. This time, no one added that it would have to be. That night, the family climbed to the roof. The village lay quiet after the long day. Lamps went out one by one. Beyond the houses, the Nile reflected a path of moonlight between its dark banks. The western desert rested beneath the stars, while frogs called from channels among the harvested fields. Dedi remained below, asleep beneath his awning. Panehasi's goat shifted inside its enclosure. Hinut's sealed jars cooled in her courtyard. Kay's accounts rested in the estate office. Somewhere upon the river, Mena traveled north with his boards and brushes, carried by the same current that joined every village between distant southern rains and the northern sea. Tia sat beside Merritt, with the pale board across her knees. Its surface held names, numbers, boats, fish, boundaries, labor days, rescued children, and corrections written in red. Some marks were clumsy, others had faded. Beneath the newest writing lingered the faint ghosts of signs scraped away. She added one final line for the day. The household of Hori received its grain after harvest, witnessed by those who had grown it. Then she set down the brush. No scribe could write the whole life of the Nile. No board could hold every morning grinding stone, every loaf removed from an oven, every tired worker returning through the dusk. It could not preserve the coolness of mud beneath bare feet, the smell of flax drying upon a roof, the sound of geese rising from the marsh, or the warmth of a child asleep against his father's knee. Those things remained elsewhere. They lived in hands trained by repetition, in stories told beside lamps, in marks upon walls, in paths remembered after floods, and in the quiet understanding passed from one generation to the next. Below them, the river continued north. It moved as it had before Hori's field was measured, before Dedi's brother counted barley, before any scribe pressed a reed into ink. It carried silt, branches, fish, moonlight, and the unseen memory of lands far beyond the village. Merritt rested her hand upon Tia's shoulder. "Enough writing," she whispered. "Sleep." Tia wrapped the board in linen. Around her the black land lay beneath the gentle darkness, its jars filled, its fields resting, its people gathered within mud-brick walls. Tomorrow would bring bread to grind, water to carry, accounts to correct, nets to mend, and another sunrise above the eastern desert. But for now, life along the Nile was still, and Midnight Cat, watching quietly from the edge of the ancient roof, curled its tail around its paws as the river carried the last reflections of the stars toward morning.